psychology and counseling in Islamic perspective. As usual, we have 4 lecturers to present in every week, inshallah. This is the second week. So today we will continue with Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Jusmawati Fauzaman with the topic, the nature of man and science of souls. Doctor, you have present, you already shared the screen, right? So
Yes.
inshallah, we will start our session with, we have 3 minutes to start, doctor, but we have, you can 9 to 9, you have time 9 to 9:45, but you can leave 5 minutes for Q&A. So that we can continue with the another professor for the another topic, inshallah. So with that, for the due, doctor, uh, we already started. You can present, inshallah.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Shall we wait until 9 exactly, or we can start now?
Just
Okay.
about 2 minutes.
Okay.
If you want to start, we can start it.
I think we'll just wait 9, exactly 9, because I see the participant now is only 70. Let's just wait for that 2 minutes and we'll start right on the dot by 9.
Yeah, doctor. Sure. I'm not sure for the last session, is it we have remaining the question or not? For the next also, if you have what I call a question that we don't have time to answer, we can answer after your session today.
Yeah, inshallah. Last time there were questions, if I'm not mistaken, asking about the differences between nafs, ruh, qalb, and aql. I did not answer last week question because those content are the content that I am going to discuss today. Okay.
Okay, that's very good. So our participant will focus on that, inshallah.
Okay, it's already 9. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I'm Jusmawati Fauzaman from the Department of Psychology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. So my topic is the nature of man. Actually, I have another topic. The science of the soul is actually another topic. It will discusses or it will expose the participants to this certificate program to two early Muslim scholars whom are Ibn Tufail and Ibn Bajah. I just want to expose you guys to these two scholars and see how they conceptualize the understanding of man. Okay, but that part, which is the science of the soul, comes way later. All right, inshallah, I'll be given the last slot. All right, the last slot of the whole program. By then, I will be introducing these two early Muslim scholars to all participants. As of now, the classes, these 4 classes, which today is the second class, is the focus is on the nature of man. Last class, okay, before that, housekeeping. Am I audible and is my slide visible to all of you?
Prof, not yet what do you call move, just epistemology.
Okay, all right. All right, but it is visible. Am I clearly audible to all participants? Can you hear me clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, okay, thank you. Now, last time I discussed a bit about epistemology, but for today, I am going to begin again, to start again with epistemology with a clear and a more detailed explanation, okay? So this is the context, the second agenda, because I've introduced you to what is considered as science of the soul and human nature and the terminology of khalq and akhar. And then we look into the context of the what, all right? The what, where we will be discussing about epistemology, ontology, axiology, and teleology. So I am repeating again on the epistemology. So here I put up the epistemology. I want to deliberate a bit more on the context or the depiction of man as al-hayawanun natiq, or we can use the terminology nafsun natiqa. All right. So nutq, the ability to express ourselves, as well as the eloquence that we get from being able to express ourselves. Okay. So as we use the terminology al-hayawanun natiq, speaking living being. Again, I would like to reiterate, although the word here used is al-hayawan, but it does not mean animal or beast. Al-hayawan comes from the root word of hay, something that is living, that has a life in it. So man is considered as a speaking living being. So Aristotle, all right, one of the very famous philosophers during the Greek time, defined man as a rational being. But the Islamic translation and expansion of this term,
recording in progress,
of this term al-hayawanun natiq, adds another layer of depth to the understanding of man. All right. Okay. So the living being that speaks here, speaking does not mean just vocalizing the words, right? Speaking here does not mean just vocalizing the word. It refers to the inner speech of the soul. With that regards, the psychological implications suggest that man's primary characteristic is his ability to perceive meaning and express it. So those are very unique with men. We are able to perceive, we have the ability to perceive meanings from what we deliver, from the words that we utter, and we are able to use language to express our thoughts, our thinking, our ideas, our notions. Right. So if a human loses the ability to perceive the truth or meaning of things, this is when we consider men as psychologically diminishing their characteristic of being an insan or humanity and reverting to purely animalistic state. Okay, so that is the context. So in terms of speaking, it's not about vocalizing the words alone. It's about being able to give meaning to the words that we utter, delivering our cognitive capability. Okay. So when we talk about the power, the faculty of note, all right. So note here, we can use the word articulation power. All right. So this articulation power, so this note actually is the cognitive faculty of the soul. All right. So we relate it to the context of our soul, because the soul is everything. Us, our own self, our whole being is actually our soul. Right. So the note is the cognitive faculty of the soul that allows us to move from specific types of observation to attain general truth. All right. To attain general truth. So what is actually the general truth about our being in the world, for example? Okay. And then this capacity or articulation power is rooted in the soul. All right. It's rooted in the soul. So let's say we do a comparison to the machineries that we have, the technology that we have as of now, AI, okay, artificial intelligence. Unlike an artificial intelligence that processes data or an animal that reacts to signals, note the power of note, the articulation power in a man allows us to understand universal concepts. So I did mention last time, universal concepts are concepts like what is considered as beauty to a certain person, what is justice, all right, and definitely what is divine, all right. So these are universal concepts. So we are able to decipher or to give meaning and to understand the truth about what is justice, the truth about what is beauty, the truth about what is divinity. All right. So this power is actually the bridge between the immaterial soul and the physical soul. All right. Because our nature has two elements or two aspects. One is immaterial and the other one is material. So this capacity of cognitive capacity, the soul's cognitive faculty, is the one that bridge our being from the immaterial soul aspects of our life towards the physical world. Okay. All right. So I did not click here. So this articulation power allow men to apprehend universal and definitely divine meanings. So without this faculty, we are unable to do it. Without this faculty, we cannot see what bridge our immaterial aspects to the material aspects of the physical world. All right. So in this framework, now when we talk about eloquence, actually I use the word ilmul bayan, all right? The art of expressing ourselves. We are able to do that, all right? We are able to do that. So, okay. In this context of framework, in this context or in this framework, let's say when we talk about ilmul bayan, science of eloquence, the eloquency is not about, it's not just about the flowery word. It is the audible and as well as the visible manifestation of the intellect, right? When we talk, we use language. It's not about the language per se, right? But it is about the manifestation of intellect that is delivered via the language. Okay. So when we talk about apprehending divine meanings, our being actually cannot be detached from the fact that there is an element of divinity that we need to understand. There is an element of divinity that tied us to our creator, right? That tied us to our creator. So in our quest to apprehend the divinity or divine meanings, all right, the tool that we should use is actually ilmul bayan, our eloquence, our capacity to be expressive, all right, to be expressive. Okay, so I will give you this example, all right? Those things come internally. So it is projected externally. So let's look into the example that I will give you. When a person speaks with clarity and truth, right? So this is the context. When we want to speak, definitely we want to speak with clarity and we want to deliver the truth. All right. So when a person speaks with clarity and truth, their expression is in perfect alignment with their akal or the intellect. But when you are in a state of confusion, or when you are in the state of lying or taking or using the nowadays Gen Z terminology of gaslighting. So the state of confusion, the state of lying, the state of gaslighting are seen as a form of psychological disorder or a psychological ailment, right? Ailment, because they represent a fracture between the inner intellect and the outer expression. All right. So because our inner expression or inner being actually will always portray the truth, the haq, all right, the haq. So when you are in the state of confusion or when you are doing this lie thingy or gaslighting somehow, so it is considered as a kind of a fracture between your inner intellect and the outer expression. Okay, so that is how it is. Okay. So again, I would like to express the audible and visible expression of the inner intellect is actually what known as the akal. When we say that our akal is in function, so it will express, all right, the inner intellect, which always uphold the truth, right? Which always uphold the truth. Okay, and then when we when we talk about knowledge acquisition, we are now in this class because of what we want to seek knowledge. We want to know the truth about our being. Okay, so such knowledge acquisition can be considered as a form of monotheistic act. All right, monotheistic act because of what? It is to find the truth. And when we find the truth, we get to have the understanding of who our creator is. Right, so that's how we look into it. Seeking knowledge, even seeking knowledge is actually an act of divinity, right? An act of a divinity because it is a form of monotheistic act. We want to know who we are so that we get to know our creator. Okay, now, so we are seeking knowledge, right? We are seeking knowledge. So, and when we have knowledge, we have to use the knowledge. All right, we have to use the knowledge. So, we can consider exercising knowledge as a justice. All right, as a form of justice. Okay, as a form of justice. So, what do I mean by this? It is about using reason, our reasoning, our capability of reasoning to identify the proper place of things in the universe. If we want to look into this context of exercising knowledge as a justice, this is perhaps the most unique psychological contribution of Said Naqid al-Atas framework. All right? Justice here is being defined as the state of being in the right place. All right. So identifying the proper place, reasoning should not be used to manipulate the world for personal gain, right? But to recognize the hierarchy of reality. So what is reality? Why hierarchy of reality? Because everything in our context of life is hierarchical in nature. I'll get to this point of hierarchy of reality later on, all right? Not now, okay? So as of now, what you need to know is the reality of our being, the reality of the physical context of the world is always hierarchical in nature, all right? So now we should understand with our capability of using the articulation power, the nutq, and the fact that we are eloquent compared to any other living entity, we should use our reason not to manipulate the world for personal gain, but to recognize what actually is the reality, right? That is what we are supposed to do. That is when we are saying we can subscribe to the context that we are actually exercising knowledge. And we are actually, by doing that, we are actually exercising justice, all right? So that is actually the context. So here, in terms of psychological health, I will always relate it to the context of psychological health because the whole program is catering to the context of mental health, right? So in terms of psychological health, being disoriented, let's say being disoriented, or sometimes, people take things for granted, losing adab, not exercising adab. All right, so losing adab or not exercising adab is actually losing the justice because of what you are unable to put the right thing in the right place. All right, so disorientation in terms of psychological health, disorientation, loss of adab, is viewed as a primary source of psychological distress. So that's the core thing. Let's say if a person puts a wealth in the place of God, all right, sometimes we feel that we don't do that, but actually we strive for the worldly gain or worldly wealth, um, to the point that we sideline, right, our Creator, right? Hopefully, it doesn't happen to us. Okay, so if a person puts wealth in the place of God or desire in the place of reason, right? You succumb yourself to desire rather than letting your reason govern you. So they can be considered as committing an act of injustice or zulm, right, against their own soul. Right? And this will indeed lead to internal chaos. Right. So that is the whole depiction of man with regards to our articulation power and with regard to the fact that we are able to use language to eloquently express our thoughts and everything about our thinking, our cognitive faculty, and the manner whereby we cognitively comprehend every single thing. So this is the context, right? This is the context. You know, when we relate the fact that I mentioned to you disorientation or loss of adab, you know, sometimes people take things for granted when they are very much rude, acting rudely to people. So it affects actually the internal, it leads to internal chaos without them realizing it, right? Because they don't understand. They feel that it's just like a matter of behavior, right? But it goes back inner depth, right? It goes back inner depth, the fact that it comes in within your articulation power with the fact that whether or not you are able to put things in its real place. Okay. All right. So here, exercising knowledge is a justice. So this is where you're required to use reason to identify the proper place of things in the universe. How would you react towards another person? You should not be reacting to another person rudely, for example. If you are acting rudely, somehow to a certain extent, that is an internal chaos in you. All right, internal chaos in you. Okay, so meaning here, exercising knowledge is a justice. You have to use reason to identify the proper place of things in the universe. Meanings should not be distorted for your own personal gain. So you have to use intellect for divine recognition rather than mere worldly logic. So at the end of the day, when we are behaving in a certain ways to another individual, for example, it's about your intellect will come in shaping your behavior based on your thought, how you think that you should behave to another person. All right. So that when you put things in its proper place, that is actually an element of divinity there because we are somehow governed with it. All right. So intellect is actually a tool for divine recognition. Intellect is not merely used to understand worldly logic. It goes far depth and far beyond just the worldly logic, right? That's the reality of man that we have to comprehend, okay? Now, that is the epistemology. Okay, if you have questions, you can write in the chat. I will attend to that. So axiology is about values, all right? When we are living, human being, we live with certain values governing us, okay? Certain values governing us. Axiology, by its general meaning, is the study of values and ethics. So are we ethically bounded? Are we value bounded? Yes, definitely. That's our life. So every single thing has to be value laden. We have to be ethically, when we act, when we behave, we have to be ethically sound, all right? Ethically sound. Okay, so axiology is the study of values and ethics of the human being. Okay, let's have this. All right. So when we talk about axiologies of value, so let's look into the primordial trust. All right. As everybody knows, we make a pact with our creator, right? We make a pact with our creator. And there are lots of Quranic verses that you can refer to, for example, chapter 7, verse 172. Sometimes this verse 7172 is known as the covenant of Alastu, right? When Allah asks us whether or not He is our creator, and we agree to that, right? So that is the kind of covenant, right? That we had, we built up with Allah way back then. Okay. Now, so with regards to these values, I want to drag our attention to this one kind of primordial trust of, or amana. Actually, the trust here, what I meant is amana. Men accepted the responsibility of vicegerency. So this is embedded in the chapter 33, verse 72. All right. There are an element of free will embedded. All right, free will embedded in this particular verse 72 of chapter 33. And the use of free will here embedded in this verse is aligned with the divine law. Okay, so let's look into the verse. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna aradna al-amanata ala samawati wal ardi wal jibali fa abayna an yahmilnaha washfaqna minha wa hamalaha al-insan innahu kana zaluman jahula. Indeed, we offered the trust, the amana, to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they all declined to bear it, being fearful of it. But humanity assume it, for they are truly wrongful to themselves and ignorant of the consequences. So in this verse, we can see that Allah offered the trust to heaven and the earth and the mountain, but they all declined to bear it because of what? They know how big is actually the trust. The only living entity that accepted is human being, right? Human being. But humanity assume it, for they are truly wrongful to themselves and ignorant of the consequences. To a large extent, they perhaps at that particular time they are ignorant to what kind of consequences, and the fact that they have free will, they have the ability to choose, they are unable to choose wisely. Okay, so this is actually the context. We as human beings accept the responsibility or accept the primordial trust, the amana that Allah offered to to the rest of the entity, to the heaven, to the earth, to the mountain, when they all decline, but we assume it, we accept it, right? So this is the starting point that shows to us that we are actually assuming this amana. And with this amana, there is the whole lot of ethics and values that should be governing our life, our behavior, our everything. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. Now, we will be discussing about this context of amanah in a more detailed manner, right? In a more detailed manner. So what actually is this amanah or trust, right? Amanah or trust. So let's coin our conception or our understanding. So when we accept this amanah, or when we accept this primordial trust, we are responsible to fulfill that amanah. Okay. All right. So what is the amanah? It is the moral agency and the free will. Okay, so Allah is saying that the moment you accept the amanah, you have to be morally bound. And you are also given the faculty of free will, or the power of free will, right? Meaning the power to choose. Right, with this gift of moral agency, you have to be morally bound. Men has to be morally bound, and they have the choice to be made. All right, free will. Right. So these defining features, having the moral agency and having the free will. So these defining features actually will elevate men above the rest of the cosmos. But we have to realize as well, but we will become the most vulnerable to failure should we are unable to choose the right thing, should we are unable to exercise our free will correctly or rightfully. Okay, So these defining features, we are elevated from the rest of the cosmos, above the rest of the cosmos, because of what we assume the responsibility. We subscribe ourselves to the amanah. We accept the amanah that had been that has not been accepted by the other entity, by heaven, by the mountains, by the cosmos. All right. Okay. So here, men here with the context of free will. All right, we can choose. All right, we definitely can choose. At times we choose to obey. At times we choose to disobey. So this is the power or the capacity that we have. All right. Okay. Other creations obey God by instinct, by their nature. Right? The earth will be orbiting the sun, for example. Right? The earth cannot exercise it differently. Let's say today I want to orbit the sun. The other day I don't want to orbit the sun, for example. It doesn't happen that way. Okay. But man is able to choose. All right. But man is able to choose. Other creation, they obey God by instinct, by nature. All right. So now this amanah, actually, I want to explore it or to expose all of you, my respected or esteemed participant of this class. Let's explore this trust or context of amanah via three primary lenses: autonomy, accountability, and knowledge. All right. Let's delve into deeper. What actually is the autonomy that we own? Do we have autonomy? Yes, definitely. We have the autonomy. Right? Okay, so the first one is the autonomy. So the autonomy entail or depict the fact that you can do voluntary, involuntary submission. Which one would you choose? Right? Which one would you choose? The entire universe is in a state of Islam. They submit unquestioningly. Right? They submit themselves unquestioningly. But man's domain, voluntary. The only creature given the burden of choice, but bestowed with the faculty of akal and irada, your will. Right. Allah give the amanah, we accept it. Allah helped us by giving us the faculty of akal and the faculty of irada, will, our will. Okay. So while the entire universe is in the state of Islam, submission to the divine law, all right, they submit unquestioningly, right? For example, right, a planet cannot choose to leave its orbit. Okay? A lion cannot choose to become a vegetarian. Their submission is programmed into their physical law. All right, this is what known as their submission is programmed into their physical law as well as their instinct. This is what known as subjection. All right. But man, in terms of man's domain, man is the only creature given the burden of choice. God provided man with the faculty of akal or reason as well as the irada or will. So consequently, when a man being when a human being or when a man choose to obey God, right? So his act of worship is gonna be of higher quality than that of the angels because of what he choose the right thing, right? Because he also has the choice to choose the other opposite, which is the negative one. But once he chooses the positive one, his action, his action of worship is definitely going to be a higher quality than that of the angels, right? Because of what? It was achieved through the struggle against the lowest of the lower nafs. So that's why it is gonna be the greater level. Is gonna be of a higher quality than that of the angels, because the angels is programmed, right, to obey, right, to obey. They don't have to have the struggle that we men have, right? Okay. Right. So this is what I meant just now. If you choose to obey the God, whatever that you do is of higher quality than that of angels, because what? It has to be achieved via the struggle against the lower nafs. So this is the thing that we need to understand. Right? Islam is so beautiful. Okay, now that is the accountability. No, the autonomy. All right, the autonomy. Now let's look into the accountability. So we talk about the double-edged sword of free will. All right. Now, so we can look at the amana given to us as a gift, right? But even the mountains were terrified, were scared to accept it, right? They do not accept it. They don't agree to accept it because they see the burden of the amana. Okay. You know, when we are given the free will, right? When we are given the free, we have to bear in mind that free will introduce the possibility of us being, the possibility of us jumping into injustice or wrongdoings, right? Being in the situation of zone, right? Now, having the free will, you have to bear in mind that is a possibility for you to wrongly do things, injusticely do things. That's the context that we have to understand. With the context of moral agency, right? The fact that man has to be morally bound, right? So with this context of moral agency, we actually have the capacity to act as Khalifa, representative of divine attributes on earth. Right? We can be merciful, we can be the just among the all, and we are the one who will own or can own knowledge if we seek the truth, right? If we seek the truth, right? So, you know, sometimes when we keep on saying, I know I'm the Khalifa of the world, but we do not act accordingly because of what we don't understand. Securing that title, we are morally bounded, right? So because of that moral bound, right, Allah give us the capacity. Allah will help us, right? He assigned us to a certain responsibility. He will equip us properly, right? So, meaning that of all this thing, are we accountable to our action? Definitely yes, right? We are accountable to every single thing, right? We are accountable to every single thing. The fact that we have the free will, we have the choice to take the good things or to do the bad things, right? But we are also equipped with certain capacity, right? Allah give us the amana or responsibility of being a khalifa, a representative of divine attributes, meaning that supposedly we should be portraying ourselves in a very positive manner, right? In a very positive manner. Okay, so the risk here, do we have a risk? Yes, definitely we have a risk. By having the power to say no to the divine will. Right. So this is saying no to the divine will. Men risk falling into a state of loss. Right. So if you say no to things, even the divine will, can you say no to even the divine will? Yes, definitely. Hopefully this does not happen to us. So if you say no to the divine will, you risk falling into the state of loss. All right. If we use our freedom to follow our instinct alone, right, we will behaving like the animal. Right? We will behaving like the animal. Animal is animal. They follow their instinct. Right? Animal is animal. They follow their instinct. So if we somehow who has the logical faculty, who are bestowed with the moral agency, if we behave like an animal, effectively we will become lower than the animal. All right, lower than the animal. Just now, do you see the continuum? If we are able to subscribe ourselves to the divinity, our act of worship is going to be higher than that of the angels. Because of what? You have to sort of like struggle with your lower nafs. But if we behave like animal when we have all the capacity, all the language capability, expression capability, the fact that we are morally bounded, so we will be lower, much lower than even the beast themselves. Okay, so this is another understanding, a very deep understanding that we should plant it, instill it into our being. Okay, now the third part is this, the relationship between knowledge and amana. So this is the knowledge part. Okay, so according to Said Naqib al-Atas and other classical scholars, amana is definitely linked, closely, intimately linked to knowledge. All right, intimately linked to knowledge. I think you guys are very much familiar with this particular verse. It's from chapter 2, Surah verse number 31. All right, when God taught Adam the name of all things. All right, so please go back and search for the verse. Try to comprehend it. Open up your tafsir in order to further understand the context of this verse 31 of chapter 2. All right, so God taught Adam's the names of things. Here it is, the understanding is that Allah is equipping us to fulfill the amanah, all right, that we agree to bear, right, that we agree to bear. All right, so when God taught Adam the names of all things, as depicted in chapter 2, verse 31, Allah is equipping Adam to fulfill the trust, right? And we as the offspring, Adam's offspring, somehow we bear the same capability, all right? So here, when we talk about the moral agency, it requires our ability to recognize the proper place of things, right? So in other words, I can say that to use one's free will correctly is actually to practice adab, or the right action, right? Adab, or the right action. As of now, sometimes, I was like mesmerized. I was like amazed, not amazed in a good sense, but in a very negative sense. All right. There are students who ask me, what actually is adab? So I was thinking, wow, when they asked me that question, what is adab? Meaning that they lack of it, they don't know what it is, right? And at the end of the day, how do they behave? Right? How do they behave? Okay. So the moral agency will require us, or requires our ability to recognize the proper place of things. So this is the reality. Our will, our nature, we have to be able to recognize the proper place of things. Right? To use one's will, free will actually, is to practice the right action or the other. So we have to practice the right action. Okay. So therefore, in another sense, we can say that if we are ignorant, hopefully no, right? If we are ignorance actually poses as the greatest enemy of the amanah. Right? Meaning that you do not know the true nature of things. All right? You cannot exercise your free will to treat things with justice, to place things in its proper place. Okay. All right. So, all right. So this is the thing that you have to bear in mind. All right. You have to exercise your free will correctly in order for you to be able to practice adab. Okay. Now, summary. Axiological implication, the purpose of trial. All right. If there is no free will, there could be no value. The purpose of life. Our life is actually a theater of manifestation of for the amanah. Every single thing that we do. So at the end of the day, we should think, how am I fulfilling the amanah? Have I been behaving in the most correct manner, right? In portraying or in fulfilling the amanah that I have subscribed myself to, that I had accepted from Allah, right? So those are the questions. Our choice serve as evidence for and against our soul. right? If we choose the good things, that is with our soul. If we choose the bad thing, right, that is actually against. All right. So please look into amanah as the divine spark in man. Right? That is actually the divinity element that we should realize, right? That allows us to be a co-creator of our own spiritual destiny, right? Spiritual destiny. So, okay, 42. I am supposed to stop actually.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
supposed to, but let me finish up these things. Okay, it shift the human condition from one of necessity to possibility. All right, one of necessity to possibility. Now, the condition of necessity, let's say the star, right? A star exists in a state of absolute necessity. It follows the law. All right, it follows the law without any internal debate. A star cannot decide to stop burning, for example. But with men, right, men possess the amanah of free will. Right, this introduces the possibility because at any given time you can act against your biological instinct or social pressure, for example. Let's say the act of forgiveness. Imagine yourself, someone deeply insulted or wronged you. So what can be your action? You can forgive, you can forget, or you can punch him. Right. So that is the context of shift the human condition from one of necessity to one of possibility. So it's very deep. Okay. For this time, thank you so much for listening to me. I will continue our discussion later. All right. Axiology. We have not complete axiology. I have a couple more slides on axiology. Okay. With that, thank you so much. So I pray to Allah that Allah will bless us always and Allah will give us this understanding, deep understanding of who we are, and that we are able to fulfill the amanah that we agree to assume from Him. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Doctor. Alhamdulillah. Now, we have a question already in the chat box from Nawawi Muhammad. The question, how could everyone be equal and fair because of the defects? How could everyone be equal and fair because of the defect?
Okay, all right. I will not answer this question as of now, but I will write because you talk about defect. Okay, let me deal with the context of defect first. Okay, it is going to be quite lengthy actually for me to sort of like discuss about the defect context here. Okay, let me take that question and I will type the answer to the questions. Right? Okay.
Okay. If all the participants, if you have question, you can write in the chat box. Dr. Jusmawati will answer by typing here, inshallah. Any more question? Oh, now we have arrived the time. I think. Waalaikumsalam. I think that's all, Doctor. Because we cannot open for Q&A directly because we have already passed the time. Inshallah, we will see another speakers, inshallah. Prof. Shukran, are you here? Thank you very
Yes, I
much,
am.
Dr. Jusmawati. Prof. Shukran, Alhamdulillah, he already entered the Zoom. And he also shared the screen.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, Prof. So without further ado, because now we have arrived the time 9:46. So we will continue with the topic mental health. No. Yeah,
Yes,
correct.
correct.
Mental health and Prophetic model of work ethics. Without for the due, Prof, the
Yes.
floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Sister Juwaria. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin, amma ba'd. Sister Juwaria saying thank you for chairing the session. Can my screen be seen by all participants?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
yes.
Yeah, to continue what we had started last week, and even um, to be in line with what Dr. Jusmawati has started this morning, my topic would focus on ethics and human motivation. That is a subtopic under mental health and the Prophet's model work ethic. Okay, so just to recap or to refresh what we had listened, what we had learned last time, the focus of our online short course on psychology, counseling, and mental health is on 4 dimensions of knowledge, right? So just now you have heard a lot about epistemology, ontology, axiology, right? So my focus would be also on those lines of scopes, right? So we are going to look at the knowledge of psychology, not only on how do we source the knowledge about human. Yeah, we want to know the nature of human. We want to know what constitutes human. We want to know where man come from, where is man now, and where man is living towards or moving towards. Right. So we want to know these answers. So we have taken the approach of integration, right? So we want to know human, we want to know man. It is not only from the empirical sources, but our sources are also the revelation, right? So we do not only want to know about the way to source knowledge, we also want to know the reality of the subject that we are talking about. We are talking about human, we're talking about human behavior, we're talking about human mental processes, we're talking about human soul, right? So what are the principles, what are the concepts, what are the theories, okay, what are the explanation on human, right? So the sources that we have access to, okay, the available resources that we have access to would give us rich idea about what human is, what man is, and what man is not, right? And another important thing is about the 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 values, okay, the axiology, the axiology of knowledge that we have sourced. Okay, we have sourced many input, we have sourced many concept, we have sourced many principle, we have read many explanation about human, right? So what else can we derive from the input? Okay, there are many knowledge, about human in the Quran, there are many knowledge about human in the Hadith, right? So how do we derive all the knowledge? How do we derive principles? How we derive ethics? How do we derive values from the knowledge that we have sourced? And the fourth one is the teleology, the purposes. Why do we want to know this? Why do we want to know about human nature? Why do we want to know about values of human? Right? What are the importance of them? What are the essentiality of knowing those values? Right? The purposes. The teleological notion is the purpose. The purpose of us attending this course is so and so and so. Right? So we have certain intention, we have certain goal to achieve because of our enrollment. The reason for our enrollment in this course is for certain purpose, is to meet certain goal, okay, that we set in that sense. All right, so the topic that I would like to deliberate today is on ethics and human motivation. How do we position ethics, okay, in the study of psychology? Right, so you have studied psychology before. Where did you learn ethics? Right? So today we want to look at one of the area or one of the content in psychology that can be linked to the concept of ethics. So today we are going to look at human motivation, right? Work motivation or motivation in general, right? Inshallah, in the next lecture, we are going to look at attitude, right? Today we look at motivation, okay? Ethics and human motivation, and how do these two be linked or blended to explain psychological health, right? So mainstream psychology, the psychology textbook, okay, the psychological research that we have read before, okay, define motivation as internal processes, or sometimes state as well, right? Internal processes that energize us or that activate us to take certain direction of behavior, right? So we take certain direction of behavior and we maintain that behavior. So that is the definition of psychology in the mainstream literature. So motivation refer to the process to energize someone so that someone will take certain direction of behavior and maintain that behavior. For example, what energizes you to enroll in this course? What activates you or what directs you? And the literature even use the word arouses. What arouses you, what directs you, what energizes you to take this action of behavior, right? So what is what are the energy, what are the drive, what are the factors that lead you to enroll in online short course, for example, and you maintain it. That you do not only enroll it in the first week and then you abandon it. No, you maintain, you sustain your action, you sustain your direction of behavior that you've chosen, right? So this is motivation, right? So what the energy or the drive that lead you to take certain direction of behavior. Now, where are we? So this places the sources of behavior inside the person. So it means that our behavior is because of the drive that we have built inside us, right? Not merely in external rewards or pressure. Yes. So this is something that we discuss in the topic of motivation, whether our actions are driven by external factor or are driven by internal factor. So which is which, right? So the source of behavior can come from within us and can also come from outside us, right? So which one do we want to regulate our behavior? Do we want our behavior to be energized by external factors, or you want your internal factor to energize you more so that you can take certain direction of behavior and maintain the behavior? All right. So some literature say that, I mean, Islamic psychology literature say that if it is driven by external factor like salary or like reward, okay, you are not talking about motivation, but you're talking about manipulation, right? But if you rely your behavior, or if you allow or you want your behavior to be driven by your internal factor, that is the actual motivation. Because some literature, especially the Islamic literature, would define motivation to refer to the internal regulator or internal driver or the internal energy that drive an individual to take certain direction of behavior. So we want to link this to ethics. How ethic can be the internal regulator or internal driver that lead you to certain direction of behavior and maintain that behavior, right? So we're talking about intensity here, intensity of the driver. So how strong is the driver so that the driver can not only lead you to certain direction of behavior, but maintain that direction of behavior. Istiqamah, right? So behavior is visible. Behavior is visible. Motivation is not. Motivation is invisible. But we have to do something about it because it has great role to play in leading you to choose certain direction of behavior and maintain that behavior. So in this case, we want to focus on ethics. Ethics operate at this invisible level. Right, so last time we have looked at the definition of ethics. Today, we are going to also dwell into the meaning of ethics by linking it to the concept of motivation. Okay. So this is the axiological part. We are actually talking about values. Okay, values, which is the ethic. Right, so just to bring you to the meaning of ethic, we have the meaning of axiology. We have epistemology, which talk about the available resources that you can access to, the available resources that you can, or available sources of knowledge that you can access to. Because of the available sources of knowledge, you can have rich ontology of knowledge, you can have more information about the subject that you're talking about. The third one is axiology. Axiology talk about the ethics or the values. It also talk about the aesthetic, the what we call that, the aesthetical aspects of knowledge. Okay, the beauty of the knowledge, right? So this is also governed under ethics that we are deliberating today. Okay, more on motivation. Motivation is related to inner self. So in Islam, behavior does not originate in stimulus response. What do you mean by stimulus response? When there is a stimulus, then you have response. Meaning the driver for your action come from stimulus, from outside you. Right? So behavior does not only originate from stimulus response, okay, concept, but it also come from moral consciousness, qalb. It come from desire system, nafs. It come from evaluative reasoning, akal. It also come from your niyat or intentional orientation. Right? So these are the driver that lead you to choose certain direction of behavior. It can be positive direction of behavior. It can be negative direction of behavior. You read newspaper, you heard news, okay, you heard reports about human actions. Bombing here, attacking there, achieving, have achievement here, have achievement there. So these are visible, okay? These are visible actions that you can see. But we want to know what lead them to have those actions, what lead them to have achievement, what lead them to have counterproductive behaviors, what lead them to have what you call that, aggressive behaviors, right? So are these the result of external factors? Are these the result of internal factors or internal states? So the drive for individual's behavior is in an individual's inner self. So what caused us to take certain direction of behavior? It is ourself, right? So how do we position ethic here? Do we have ethic inside here? Or do we only have knowledge? So nowadays we have many educated people in the world because we have more universities coming out. Every year, universities throughout the world, they produce graduates. Or in other words, we produce educated people. But these educated people only have the epistemological dimension of knowledge, or they only have the ontological dimensions of knowledge. What about their axiological dimensions of knowledge? They also bring values together with the knowledge that they know. Do they also think of the good purpose of knowledge that they possess? Right. So what is there inside them that would regulate them to have productive behavior instead of counterproductive behaviors? Right. So the drive for individual's behavior is the individual's inner self, which is what we are discussing now, ethic. Right. So however, ethic is not the drive itself. Ethic is not the drive, right? Because we are talking about motivation now. Okay, we want to now see what is the position of ethic when we talk about driver or when we talk about motivation. Ethic is the values orientation that shape the drive. So ethics or values, okay, is the one shaping the motivation. So maybe you can underscore this. Okay, ethics is the values orientation, the values orientation that shape the drive. Whether our drive is good or not, depending on our ethics, depending on the principle we uphold, depending on the values that we uphold. So ethics is the inner moral orientation. So we are now using another word, moral. Okay, ethics is the inner moral orientation. And what is the function of this moral orientation? This moral orientation give direction, give meaning, give boundaries to motivation. Okay, what are the direction? Good direction or bad direction? Right? Positive direction or negative direction. What is the meaning of this direction of behavior? We're talking about direction of behavior. Okay, study hard for students, for example. Study hard is one direction of behavior. Or not studying at all. Okay, no revision made. Okay, no discussion made. What's the meaning of those? Do they see the consequences of their directional behaviors and boundaries to the motivation? Now, you are motivated to do something. Is there any limit to it? Okay, is there any limit? Can you have some action which is in excess, for example? right? So ethics will regulate, will control, will govern, right? So we want to position the role of ethics today, okay, in our motivation. Yes, we need motivation, but to what extent we can be motivated towards doing something and sustain it. Okay. So ethic is a subject, okay, under the domain of psychology. So we are positioning it under psychology, not counseling yet. Okay, because psychology studies why people choose certain direction of behavior. So motivation discusses, okay, why people choose certain direction of behavior. Certain direction of behavior here is, okay, I feel hungry. So what, I'm hungry. So what do? Okay, I have to go to the canteen, buy food, eat food. So that is direction of behavior. But do we always do that? When I feel hungry, do I always stand up, walk to the canteen and buy food and eat? Not necessarily so, because on a day when I'm fasting, for example, okay, that direction of behavior, okay, cannot be applied. So I'm regulated by another values there. I'm fasting. Okay, while psychology often asks a question, how strong is the motivation? Huh? How strong is the motivation? Ethics will ask a question, towards what direction is the motivation moving? Okay, how strong is the motivation? For example, I don't have any money now, but I need food, right? So I need money. So how do I get money? Oh, go and get money from anywhere. Maybe from someone who has money, right? So that is motivation. That will tell you, oh, do this behavior because by doing this behavior, you will get money. But ethic will tell you, okay, what is that taking you towards? Okay, that would take you towards stealing. Okay, if you take money from others and that money is not yours, you are going to steal. Okay, when you're stealing, then there will be implication here and also in the after. So you are regulated. Oh, that is a simple example. Okay, how driver, okay, if not being regulated by ethic, will get you to negative consequences. Right? So I'm hungry. All right. So food is before my eyes. Can I take that food and eat? Now, the ethic will tell you, okay, the knowledge that you have will tell you, now you cannot take this food because you are fasting. So you are being regulated as well. But some people during fasting months, okay, mother is not around, father is not around, food is in front of you, they'll take the food. Because okay, the ethic doesn't tell you that Allah is watching. Right? So in this context, okay, two individuals can be equally motivated, but they might not be equally guided. Right? So two person, okay, in front of money, for example, stack of money, both want to have the money, but maybe one will not take the money because that person realized that or is aware that Allah is watching him. Right? So motivation might be the same, but one can curb the motivation, another cannot curb the motivation because they are being regulated by ethic, and another is not regulated by ethic. So this shows that motivation without ethic is psychologically incomplete. So there are implications. There are implications. For example, the one, okay, who choose to take the money, okay, will have some implication as well. Maybe he will not stay calm after that because he feel guilty or he's afraid of something. He's afraid of being arrested. All right. So that is the consequences of having an action without being guided by ethic. Another one would be at peace because although he doesn't have the money, okay, although he sees another one has the money, but he doesn't have the money, he is at peace because he knows that he has done something good. All right. So being motivated is not enough. Yeah, we have the motivation, but it is not enough if it is not accompanied by ethic. So ethic is a subject under the domain of psychology because psychology studies why human or why people choose certain direction of behavior, right? So we are now linking again ethic and motivation. Motivation is not enough because you need ethic to regulate your motivation as well. So while psychology often asks how strong is the motivation, okay, ethic asks towards what direction is the motivation moving you towards? Okay. Okay, motivation ethics. In psychology, motivation refers to internal processes. I'm repeating this again and again so that we are clear of what is the role of motivation in our actions or in our inaction as well. Okay, motivation refers to internal processes that drives or that energizes or that direct or that sustain your behavior. Motivation alone does not determine whether behavior promotes psychological health. So this is the point, right? So motivation alone, okay, cannot determine whether you are going to enjoy psychological health or you are going to suffer from psychological harm, right? So the example given just now, the one stealing money and the one not stealing money, one might enjoy psychological health, another would be suffering from psychological harm. What gives motivation its moral direction is ethics, right? So we are now putting or positioning ethic as a very important element in motivation. Okay, ethic is the inner values which is embedded within the self. Motivation answers, why do I act in a particular way? And ethic answers, why should I act for that particular way or in that particular way? So together, these two questions determine your psychological health. So ethic is not external moral instruction imposed from outside. Like last time we argued that our action must not be only guided by rules and regulation or culture. Okay, it has to also be guided. It must also be guided by your ethics. So ethics resides within ourselves, okay, in our qalb, in our akal, in our nafs. So ethics functions psychologically, okay, as an interregulator for our motivation. So why ethics is essential for psychological health? Now, we're talking about psychological health. The opposite of it is psychological distress. So psychological distress arises not from lack of motivation, but from misdirected motivation. What is misdirected motivation? Okay, misdirected motivation, example that I've given you now, right? You are motivated to taking money which is not yours, right? So that is misdirected because you are not being regulated by law or by rules, what more by your ethic. For example, highly motivated people who are burnout, right? So you are motivated, you work, you go to work every day, early morning, you come back late, okay? But you don't have psychological health. Although you are highly motivated, but you don't have psychological health. Why? Or you have low level of psychological health because you are unable to feel joy, okay, at work. You are not able to feel joy when you come back from home, for example. You cannot feel happy when you work with your colleagues, right? So that is one example of how motivated people, okay, having burnout. What is burnout? Burnout is, another consequences of stress which you cannot control. Like when you are stressed out, maybe you are, when you are stressed out, you cannot enjoy life. Okay, you cannot enjoy food. You cannot have good rest, for example. But burnout would be more than that. Yeah, you are not suffering alone. Yeah, you are going to victimize others as well. Okay, there will be some people who are going to be victimized because of your high level of stress out. So you burn out. Burnout also happen when you have no more resources to deal with or to cope with your stress, right? So now motivation doesn't lead you to psychological health if you do not regulate it well, right? So it might take you to having burnout. Another bad consequences of unregulated heavy workload, qualitative workload or quantitative workload. Successful professionals who feel empty, right? They are successful, okay, they have everything that they want in life, but they do not have anybody to share their achievement. one who can't use the salary that they earn with someone else. Okay, they are lonely. I mean, they are alone, right? So there is no psychological health as well, although they are successful in life, especially at their professional life or career. Achievers who feel morally conflicted. They achieve something, but the way to achieve their goal, okay, is due to wrong means. Okay, they are rich people, but how do they get the wealth? Okay, they get the wealth through corruption, bribery, for example. So they are not at ease as well. So they can't have psychological wealth or psychological health as well. Individuals driven by desire but lacking meaning. Temporary excitement, like nowadays people are happy temporarily, they enjoy and they are online, they would share this and that online, but that doesn't give them lasting happiness, okay, or permanent happiness or satisfaction. Right, so this can be corrected or this can be harmonized if one is regulated by ethics. So ethics will protect your psyche by aligning your motivation with meaning. Okay, everything that you want to do, you want to make sure that that will bring meaning to you, will bring meaning to your significant others as well. Right? So aligning motivation with coherence, with harmony, internal harmony. You are in harmony with yourself. You are in harmony with your colleagues. You are in harmony with your family members. You are in harmony with your environment. And most importantly, you are in harmony with your creator, with your Lord. Okay, you are socially good, psychologically good. You are socially good. You are spiritually good as well, right? And you know the purpose of taking certain direction of behavior somewhere. So motivation should be consistent, okay, with what give life's meaning, okay, what give you inner harmony, and what give you clear sense of purpose. So you are gonna enjoy psychological health if whatever you do has good meaning, meaning you know what you are doing. You know that what you're doing will give benefit to you here, will give you benefit also in the akhirah. You know that whatever things, whatever good action that you do will bring benefit to your circle of people, family, colleagues, community, all right? And also the pleasure of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So motivation give you energy of why you should act or why I act. Ethic will give direction whether what I act is right or wrong, or is giving meaning to me and giving meaning to others as well. Because psychological health is not only about your state of happiness, okay, your state of health, but the state of health of others whom you are dealing with as well. So in psychology, motivation refers to internal drive that energizes, that direct human behavior and maintain that behavior. However, motivation alone cannot explain psychological well-being, okay, as we deliberate just now. Why? Because human suffering often arises not from absences of drive, but from drive that are misaligned, like just now. You are highly motivated, but your motivation is not aligned well to harmony. It's not aligned well to purpose, right? It's not aligned well with meaning. So from psychology, from Islamic psychology perspective, ethics is central, is core. What is ethic? Okay, the one regulates you, the values that regulate you, the values that govern your thinking, that govern your feeling, and in effect, your actions as well. So ethic function as moral compass that orients motivation towards what is beneficial, what is balanced, and what is life performing. Okay, ethics is not external, that is internal. Okay, it's internal. It is psychological regulator that shape your intention and that also restrain us from having any excess in our action. And more importantly, ethic will lead us to sustain our mental health and our spiritual health. So today we can say that ethic is discussed under the subject of psychology, okay, especially the concept of motivation. Right? So again, we want to log here that motivation is the driver that lead you to take certain direction of behavior and maintain that behavior. And we want that energy, we want that drive, okay? We want that arousal to come from within us, which is our ethics. Okay. All right. Now we want to relate it to the Prophet's model of ethic. Right? The Prophet Muhammad SAW say, "Innama bu'istu liutammima makarimal akhlaq." I was sent only to perfect your noble character. How? Is it through external factor, by giving you environment, by giving you rules and regulation? Not only that, okay, the Prophet come to perfect our creation by giving us this notion of akhlaq, right? So ethic, okay, is the one stressed by the Prophet Muhammad SAW. Okay, he has been sent to give us guidance, and that guidance, okay, come in the form of akhlaq or ethics. Ethic is not peripheral to human being; it's the core of human being. Right, so the Prophet Muhammad SAW frames ethical refinement as the purpose of guidance, the purpose of his messenger, which implies the role of ethic, okay, to stabilize our action, to make sure that our action is not misled or misaligned. So now, what did the Prophet Muhammad SAW bring us with? Okay, just now we said that the Prophet Muhammad SAW come with him guidance, brought with him guidance. So we want to look at ethics and knowledge. How do we build our ethical system? How do we have ethics? How do we nurture ethics inside our inner system? So we want to talk about knowledge. Just now Dr. Jusmawati talk about human agency. Human agency. What's human agency? In human agency, I mean, she also mentioned the word free will. Right? So human agency or free will, or now we talk about ikhtiyar. Okay? Ikhtiyar. That we have this power of choosing, free will. We can choose. The other day, last week, we talked about a verse in Surah Al-Shams. فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. So it doesn't mean that Allah is the one who guide our behavior. Allah is the one that cause our behavior. But that surah talk about the importance of having ideas inside us that lead us to avoid fujur, to avoid devil actions or evil actions, but actions which is God conscious orientated. How do we have this God conscious orientated? Now, that is the purpose of Allah sending Prophet Muhammad SAW, to give us the knowledge about human, knowledge about God, knowledge about relationship between human and God, knowledge about what it is there for us on this earth and what it is there for us in the hereafter. Knowledge is important here because knowledge will form the basis of ethics, right? So how do we relate ethics with knowledge, especially revealed knowledge, the knowledge which has been revealed through Prophet Muhammad SAW in the Quran and also in the Hadith. So ethics is the moral principles. So we're talking about principles here. How do we know the principles? By having access to knowledge. Okay, where are the knowledge? Knowledge are everywhere. Yeah, Allah says in the Quran, Iqra. So what do you read? You read ayat, which was sent to us in the Quran. Ayat al-maqru'ah. There are also ayat in our environment. Ayat or signs in our environment, we have to also read those. Okay, by reading the Quran, by reading from the environment, we can have principles. We can develop principles. We can develop ethical principles. We can have concepts. We can have more knowledge about ourselves, about our environment, about other people, about living things, right? And those principles will guide us to distinguish what is right and what is wrong, right? So when we know what is right and what is wrong, then we can choose the right direction of behavior. Going back to motivation just now, you are going to choose certain direction of behavior if you know that that direction of behavior, okay, is good, is right, it's not wrong. And how do you know whether it is right and it is not wrong? It is based on the knowledge that you acquire. And you need to, or we need to acquire knowledge that now you are enrolling in a program that would actually enhance your level of knowledge. With that higher level of knowledge, yeah, you can choose right from wrong or wrong from right. right? So you are choosing actions which are aligned with values, values which is based on knowledge, right? So ethical conduct cannot be sustained solely through surveillance. We said that our action cannot be solely regulated by having rules, by having regulation from outside us, surveillance. So like a good subordinate is not only being regulated by the presence of the boss, but only like for example, we say that we are going to honor our fasting if our father mother is around. What if our father mother is not in our surrounding? Are we going to eat still in the fasting month? Now that is the surveillance thing. We do not need surveillance. We want to put away this surveillance. Possible? Because we have the surveillance system from within us, and that is the ethics. So relying only on external control is not sufficient. Right? So this is why akhlaq is very important. The Prophet Muhammad SAW said that I am here to, build in you, to cultivate in you the ethic system, the akhlaq system, so that you can have your own surveillance. Right? Remember when Jibril, the malaikat, taught Prophet Muhammad SAW, what are the content, what are the scopes that the Prophet learned from Jibril? The Iman, the article of Iman, the Iman, Islam, and Ihsan, right? So yes, these are the knowledge that we have to keep telling people, keep telling our students, our children, okay, about Iman. What is Iman? Taqrir bil lisan, you utter with your tongue. And then you accept with your heart, تقرير تصديق بالقلب, right? تصديق بالقلب. You accept with your heart, and then you manifest with your limbs, like you add it out with your limbs, with your physical bodies, right? So this is iman. Iman require to have knowledge. Okay, when you have knowledge, then you know what to do. You know the direction of behavior that you can take. And then Islam, right? So with the iman, you are going to add out the pillars of Islam. Right? You are not going to escape. You are not going to avoid the pillars of Islam because of the belief system that you had just now. And the most important thing as well is ihsan. What's ihsan? Ihsan is not only excellence. The way we interpret it, ihsan is excellence. But the Jibril taught Prophet Muhammad SAW, okay, by saying that ihsan is, okay, a situation when, okay, you want to see God, right? But you can't see God. But you have to know that God is seeing you. Right? So Allah's presence is there with you, right? And you have to be aware that Allah is always watching you, so that you are going to regulate your behavior, so that your behavior is always, in line with whatever Allah pleased with you, or Allah will please with you. Right, so ethical conduct cannot be sustained solely by surveillance or by incentive or by sections. We need also the internal surveillance, and that one property or one faculty of surveillance is ethics. So nurturing internal moral commitment is essential in this case, in regulating our behavior in our actions, so that our actions or behavior, okay, is always on the positive side. We always want to avoid any negative action and sustain them and be istiqamah on them. So, like I said just now, Iman, Islam, Ihsan is something that we have to fully understand in building or in creating or in nurturing our strong ethic. Okay, our strong ethic will be there only if we have knowledge. So the relationship between knowledge and ethics is very clear here. You are going to have a strong ethic if you have knowledge, and if you learn knowledge, if you are listening to knowledge, and if you allow yourself to have knowledge. So ethic is inseparable from knowledge, particularly knowledge that shapes our belief, that shapes our intention, that shape our moral consciousness, right? And these knowledge, okay, are available or can be sourced from Quran and Hadith. Okay. Now, we are going to look at certain hadiths today, okay, that talk about the importance of inner self. Indeed, in the body, there is a piece of flesh. If the flesh is sound, the whole body is sound. And if the flesh, and if, where's that? Okay, indeed, in the body there is a piece of flesh. If the flesh is sound, the whole body is sound. And if the flesh is corrupted, the whole body is corrupted. Truly, it is the heart. Okay, what is the role of heart here? So psychological health begins with the qalb, what's called inner moral spiritual core. And this is what Dr. Jusmawati's section is all about. I mean, she focuses on this psychology of soul or science of soul. And you learn about qalb in her lecture as well. Here we want to underscore that qalb is a very important component in the development of ethics. So ethics play a fundamental role in shaping psychological health. Why? Because ethics provide individual with moral orientation. So what is moral? Moral, okay, is an enabler, okay, that give you a clear sense of what is right and what is wrong. And knowing what is right, knowing what is wrong will guide you to choose the right actions or the right direction of behavior. Okay, ethics provide you with internal coherence. Internal coherence allow you to have harmony between what a person believes, what a person feels, what a person does. We deliberated it just now. Ethics will give you clear standard for evaluating behavior, your behavior and others' behavior, and also your direction of behavior and others' direction of behavior. The person has clear principles to judge whether his actions and his decision are right or wrong, are beneficial or not, or harmful or not. So when ethical principles guide human conduct, individuals are more likely to experience psychological conditions that protect and that strengthen well-being. The condition that we are enjoying is we are going to have greater clarity in our decision making. We are having consistency between our personal values and our action. We are having also stronger sense of personal integrity. So there is no dissonance. So we want to avoid dissonance. What is dissonance? Okay, discrepancy. That we know that this is wrong, but our action is still on the wrong side. So we are going to have this dissonance. We are not at peace. We are not at ease. We feel guilty. We feel guilty because we know that we have done something which is wrong, right? So we do not enjoy psychological health because there is a dissonance or inconsistency between our values and our actions, right? So we want to make sure that our actions are in line with the values that we learn. Okay, we want to make sure that our actions are based on our knowledge. If our knowledge tells us that stealing is bad, stealing is sinful, if our knowledge tells us that bribery or corruption is sinful, then our action, okay, is to avoid corruption. It's not going to be in harmony with that wrong behaviors. That is when you are going to enjoy, okay, psychological health. So I stop here. I will continue this later, inshallah. Over to you, Juaria.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Can we open for Q&A?
I need to continue with another commitment. Can I take questions? Can I take questions?
Yeah, yes,
Can I take
sure.
questions in writing?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, because I forgot to tell you about Q&A question, 5 minutes for
Oh,
Q&A.
okay, all right. So I stop on the dot. Okay. I will continue writing the answer together with the last week answer, and I post to all, inshallah, in writing. Juara.
In that, if you have time, can you direct answer, Prof, or not? If it's okay.
As it is now, I have to honor another commitment after this.
Okay. It's okay. So to all participants, you can write your question here. So I will pass it to Prof so that he can answer the question in the chat box here. So now, thank you very much, Prof, for your sharing today. It's very interesting and meaningful, mashallah. It's informative. MashaAllah. Thank you very much, Prof. Once again.
My pleasure.
Inshallah, we will see you in the next week, inshallah. To all participants, now we have a break for 30 minutes. We will come back at 11, inshallah.
Recording stopped.
Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof. Prof Rahmatullah kan?
Halo,
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
ya, Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah. I already set the screen, Prof. You can see, right?
Wait, let me see. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can see. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Of 2 minutes to start.
We are we going to start now? I'm not sure. On the way, almost.
Prof, we have 45 minutes for you to break, but you can give 5 or 10 minutes for Q&A if you
Oh,
so that participant can direct question and answer.
you want to have that this time?
Yeah.
Q&A. I actually no, maybe. How? Because never mind. We'll play by ear. No?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll play by ear, inshallah.
We have 2 minutes to start, inshallah.
Okay. Right, inshallah. Oh, okay, wait. I'm all right now. Good. All right. Dr. Juwaira, I can see you. So. Okay. Actually, I'm not too well today, but never mind. We will continue, inshallah. Okay.
Okay, let me start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all participants. Alhamdulillah, we come back for the second session. We have done the first session from 9 to 10:30. Alhamdulillah, now we come back from 11 until 12, inshallah. So with this, we will listen from our guest speaker from Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Khan, inshallah, to present the topic regarding mental health issue and Islamic perspective. With that, Prof, the space is yours, Prof.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Okay. First of all, I would like to wish everyone well. I'm actually in Perlis today. I'm attending the Sunnah convention. I have to get out in order to continue this lecture. Anyway, I hope you all are happy to continue for this second week. This week is actually on mental health issues and Islamic perspective. Okay, let's go to slide 2. Slide 2. Common health problems, right? This is common mental health conditions. When we are saying common mental health conditions, it means like things like, for example, anxiety, depression, stress, and then some kind of severe mental health awareness. So these are the things that we consider the common mental health conditions. There are a lot of lists, the list is quite big, but never mind. We will cover a few of these areas. Let's go to slide 3. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. This is the objectives for this session. So first thing, we will try to recognize the common mental health conditions, and then we will also look at some of the religious misconceptions, and then so that we can understand, that faith and illness can coexist. How can we figure out that? How can faith and illness can exist? Because sometimes that people sometimes say, "Oh, you don't have faith, that's why you will become illness." You become mentally not healthy because your faith. So these are the issues. We will try and discuss it. Hopefully today. Okay. Let's look at the slide 4. Slide 4. Okay, this one. This is the anxiety disorders. If you look at this slide, actually, what is actually anxiety? Anxiety is common actually. Is when our body, actually our body is affected by anxiety, because anything, like for example, fight and flight response. When you meet something, it affects your emotion, physiological, as well as your behavior. But then when we talk about anxiety, the normal anxiety is like in anybody will have, it's fine to have anxiety. It's nothing of concern. For example, giving this lecture is also anxious for me, because there's so many things going on. For example, I'm thinking whether people are understanding what I'm giving. There's so many things going on in my mind, which is I'm a little bit anxious. So that one is fine. But then when it gets what you call, depending on the frequency, or depending on the intensity, and depending on the impairment. So if doing this lecture make me too anxious and I cannot control myself and all that, then it becomes a problem. You see, so the same thing when we face a situation. You see, so that's why we have this panic attack, because this is a severe form of anxiety. In panic attacks, it's a severe form. Do you remember you see the diagram below, well-being, distress, and disorder? This is what you call, we went through this last week, from well-being, and then you have some kind of distress, and then it become worse, it can become a disorder. So right now, so when in terms of panic attacks, move on to you can move on to panic attacks. So there is a sudden surge of intense fear, and then it peaks within minutes. It goes up. The fear becomes so unbearable. And then there's a lot of physical symptoms that occur in the body. The heart is beating, all those kind of stuff working up the person. So, and the person also he can feel all these strong physical signs. So and then and he feels what you call life threatening, but then it's not dangerous actually, because it won't have, he feels like, like he's going to have a heart attack or something like that, but actually it doesn't happen. It's just only too much anxiety and too much fearful. Uh, so actually, and but then that's why sometimes this is not, and that has nothing to do with the person's faith, iman, or even failure, because it's more of like physical things, and the way he thinks about the thing. So when someone has panic attacks, he need to get some professional help, so that it can be helped. So, and then what are actually the physical symptoms? Palpitation, breathlessness, chest tightness, dizziness, and then feeling trembling. So these are all the physical symptoms. And then the psychological symptoms that occur during panic attacks is the person may fear of dying. Say, oh, what's going to happen? Am I going to die? Or actually the person feel also like losing control, or maybe he think that, oh, I'm going crazy, what's happening, so all these things going on. So there is a common, what we call, a misinterpretation during panic attacks, because the person interpret as if that he's going to have a heart attack, or is a asthmatic attack, or spiritual attack, or something like that. So so uh, so the key reassurance is that panic attacks are actually frightening but not dangerous. Because the person is sort of like uncontrollable, feeling. So, but then what happened is that, uh, you see, this becomes worse and worse as the person avoid facing situation, because it's like there's an avoidance cycle. You see, sometimes you feel some anxious about something, and then you avoid it. Let's say now, let's say someone who joins a class, and then he was asked by the lecturer, okay, next week you have to do the presentation. Oh, he's panicking already. Wow, what I'm going to do, So he he has some kind of panic and all that, and then he start finding reason of not doing it, you know, trying to escape it, because he knows that. And then suddenly he tell the lecturer, oh, sorry, I uh, I have I have some problem. I cannot do this. And once the lecturer say, okay, never mind. We will, never mind. We'll get somebody else. So he feel relief or relaxed. He feel relaxed already, because the burden is already removed. So he doesn't have to do it. So he feel relaxed. And then when the thing comes again, he start, when let's say, sorry, when he when the next week comes, when the time comes about to decide who is going to give the presentation, then he start having the anxiety again. So this is what it is, what you call avoidance cycle. See, so he try to avoid because he doesn't want to do it. He feel anxious about it. But then when he keeps avoiding, the next time it goes back to the thing, he becomes more and more anxious. So it gets more and more, rather than uh, helping, rather than pulling it off. But if he just do it, and then he feel okay. See, so this why, um, that's why when let's say we suggest early treatment actually is very important, because don't wait until it becomes too bad, too severe. So okay, how we explain it Islamically? Actually, seeking help in these issues and all that, seeking help is actually part of ikhtiar. It is actually what you call not lack of tawakkul. You see, so that's so now we go to the what you call the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. All right, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, already now when you look at this, Islam, what you call reflection on anxiety. See, sometimes people will think that, oh, why I'm having anxiety? Oh, because maybe I'm a failure. I have weak faith. That's why it's causing me anxiety. So actually, these are not the right way. See, because tawakkul is actually not the absence of anxiety. See, not equal to that. So actually, it's a normal reaction. Everyone has anxiety, but you have to face it and slowly get. If it gets worse, you need to get some what you call help. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. We go. All right, depression. Okay, so now when we talk about depression, depression is actually there's a little bit difference between depression and sadness. Depression and sadness, because when you look at excuse me, it's like what is actually sadness? Because there's a little bit different between sadness and depression. Sadness actually is natural reaction to loss, to disappointment or hardship. So you feel sad because you lost something, and usually it is actually linked. This sadness is linked to a clear event. For example, bereavement. Somebody in the family died, or even your close friend passed away. So you will feel a little bit sad and all that. But then, after a while, you're okay with it. Not like okay. What I mean is okay means you can get on with your life. Yeah, true. Somebody passed away, your friend, close friend passed away. You have a few things, issues and all that, but then you can still move on with your life. You see, so that means sadness means that you can still function. You can still function. And maybe there are moments of relief and comfort. You're sad, but then after a while you comfort. And also you can there is a response to support. When people when you can be supported by when people give you support, you're okay, you're fine. And you maintain your basic responsibilities. In life you're still doing your stuff. Although you are sad something, but then you can still do your responsibilities. You can still, as a student, you go to class. As someone who works, you go and work. You keep on doing that. And you sort of like you can experience actually hope. See, so actually when we say about sadness means what? Sadness is it hurts, but it does not take over the whole person. It doesn't take over yourself. It doesn't what you call changes you. So that is actually sadness. So in that what you call that aspect lah. But when we talk about depression, especially clinical depression, is a little bit different in the sense that it affects three domains. It affects. First is the emotion, your emotion, and then your thinking, and then your functions. So, okay, how does it affect the emotion? First thing, it affects your mood. You have low mood, you lost your interest, you lost to do pleasurable stuff, you feel empty rather than sad. Feel empty rather than sad, That means sad is like you feel sad, but then this one is totally finished. You feel empty at all. So, and then, so that is the part of emotion. And then it affects your thinking. How does it affect your thinking? You have excessive guilt, or what you call self-blame, blaming yourself, and then another thing is hopelessness, feeling of hopelessness, thinking that, nothing will change, whatever I do also doesn't change anymore, and then some people can even have negative beliefs about themselves, about the world, and about the future. The future, I don't, so this kind of thinking, in your thinking. And then difficult to concentrate, and also difficult to make decisions. So the thinking is also a lot affected already. And then the third one is the functions. You see, the function. How does it affect the function? Maybe your work being affected already. You don't go to work. You try to get some MCs, and then daily activities, doesn't do anything, doesn't study, all withdraw from the society, withdraw from family, and then you have some kind of fatigue, feel very tired, doesn't want to do anything, and then even what you call some people can even neglect self-care, see. So and then so there are actually what you call the distinction between when we want to distinguish between sadness and depression. First we can look at the duration. In terms of sadness, it may be just a few days, or days to few weeks, and then it improves gradually, and then is fine, and then he can adjust back to the daily life, But in terms of depression, it goes from weeks to months, and it can be persistent, and most days you will feel depressed, all those kind of stuff. So that is one. The first one is the duration. And then you have pervasiveness, which is what we call, okay, now, for sadness, it is content dependent. But for depression, it is global. That means it affects almost all areas of the life. So there is, a global effect of the person's life. And then the third thing is actually responsiveness in terms of how do the person who is sad respond. So it can be comforted, when you give reassurance and support, usually will help. But for depression, encouragement alone does not help. When you encourage and all that, maybe it may worsen the guilt, become more guilty, So, and then the fourth thing is actually the sense of self. For sadness, it's like, I'm going through a hard time, fine, after a while, I'll get over it. But for depression, the feeling will be like, I'm a burden, I'm a burden to the family, I'm a burden to everyone, I'm a burden, I'm a failure, it's worthless, cannot live, those kind of stuff, you see. So, and sometimes they feel also maybe I don't know why I'm staying in this world. Maybe if I'm not around better for people because I'm a burden to them. I'm a failure. So what for? Something like that kind of thinking. His feeling of himself. So so now actually when we compare both, we'll notice that actually sadness is painful but alive. Painful to feel sad, but alive. You can still go on with your life. Whereas depression is often painful but numb, doesn't have feeling anymore, doesn't want to feel anymore, doesn't want to do anything anymore. You see? So, well, now, so when we have these warning signs of depression, uh, that means some warning sign to show that if we find out some people who have some of these things, then we need to ask to get professional help. Maybe if it's more than 2 weeks, the person more than 2 weeks already is being feeling this way, or lost interest, and then, there's persistent hopelessness and worthlessness, and then even have thoughts of death, and then sleep is being affected, appetite, also doesn't want to eat, so this is, then when people have this kind of thing, then we need to ask them to get professional help. Okay, now when people is depressed, there are certain things that is harmful to respond, see? Like, for example, some people say, oh, you must be grateful, you have all these things, other people don't get this, this is a problem. You shouldn't do that kind of, response. It's this slide is quite a bit a lot of stuff in it. So never mind, just hold on. We'll move on one day. So so don't respond that way. Don't tell the person who is depressed that you should be grateful. This otherwise how come you feel this way? You should move on with your life. Others are worse than this. Others have it worse. You need to have stronger faith, believe, have more iman. Then you will be okay. Those kind of stuff. If you wish that, it's going to it's going to affect. You see. I've had some cases, whereby and one case where this person has a major depression, and then went to see a counselor, or oh my God, somebody's at the door. My, hold on, just a minute. I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's continue. So just now, so when we look at the what you call those kind that case that I had, this friend, when this case, so it's not a friend, it's only my case. So my friend, my depressed case, this client went to a counselor or psychologist, I forgot, and then the therapist told this client that, look, the government spends so much money for you to send you abroad to do this study, and then now you are, see how, you have to be grateful. Other people don't have this chance. You have this chance. So those kind of responses will not help at all. Immediately after that, the client no more, doesn't go more to this therapist anymore. See? So, but okay, now, how would you respond? The response would be something like, this really looks really heavy, but you don't have to face it alone. Maybe let's get a proper support. So that means you are not blaming the person, or not what we call moralizing on the person. You see? So have to be very careful when when you meet some depressed person, you know. So, okay, now, Islam actually recognizes sadness as part of human condition. This is true, you know, everybody goes through it. You look at the Sahaba and all that, they also go through, so, you know, instances in their life when they have certain, you know. And another thing is actually depression doesn't reflect weak iman. It does not mean that when a person is affected by depression means that he has weak iman. No, it just reflects that suffering, that it faces suffering that requires care. Yeah, is going through some kind of suffering, and it needs support. It needs care, professional care. You see, this is just actually depression is like a symptom. It is not a moral failure. You see, so we cannot moralize to people, you know, when they are being affected by depression. So, what you call lack of gratitude in depression actually is often an inability. It is not ingratitude, because you think when you look at the depressed person, you can see that, hey, how come this person doesn't have gratitude? How come? Actually, it's not that, because it is inability. The person at that time doesn't have the ability to show gratitude, to feel gratitude, you see. So this is the because it's overwhelmed by all the problems. So now, so actually, sadness is a normal response to life response. Normal response to life pain, actually. I see. When your life you feel you are inflicted by pain, so your body will respond. The normal response will be feeling of sadness. But if it's becoming too much and, you know, keep repeating and all that, then can go into depression. You see, so when you get person gets professional help, and then it will overcome it. See, depression is a condition that takes away a person's emotional energy. So when a person is inflicted by depression, the energy taken away, emotional energy gone, thinking clarity gone, cannot think, ability cannot function. You see, so so now compassion means what? Recognizing the difference. You see, so we need to recognize, and then we need to respond appropriately to the depressed person. Okay, now let's move on to the next slide. I think I have covered this depression and ingratitude just now. Okay, and now let's go to stress and burnout. I say now, let's look at stress and burnout. Stress actually is a role. Stress is, when you are facing something, you are, I think you all know what is stress. But let's discuss a little bit on this burnout. Actually, so many people talk about burnout. Let's see what is actually burnout. Burnout is actually, it's not laziness or weakness. It is some kind of a response, a predictable response to chronic imbalance, because there is an imbalance in the person between the demands and the resources. The person has to do something, but the resources is not enough, or something like that. That means there's an imbalance there. So you have, first thing is the emotional exhaustion. Each person feel depleted, drained. And then there is also mental distancing. The person feel detachment, irritability, loss of meaning. So much to do, all these things cannot cope. So the meaning is already lost. And then and reduce effectiveness. You see, so that the person thinks that cannot do much, cannot do anything. Whatever he do, he will not make a difference at all. So, and burnout actually develops gradually. It is not suddenly. So that means as time goes on, the work becomes, the imbalance becomes worse. The demands increases, resources are depleting. So the person, so the what you call this burnout slowly develop. Okay, now so burnout is actually a state of imbalance across a number of domains. The imbalance. First thing, effort versus recovery. That means you have constant effort, but you have insufficient rest. No time for the body to recover, because keep on doing things, so much work, keep on doing too much, but there is no time for recovery. So that's one. And then responsibility versus control. The person are given a lot of responsibility, but then not enough control or autonomy, low autonomy. And then there's not given decision making, cannot make decision, but then there's a lot of responsibility must take care. So okay, and then the third one is giving plus replenishing. That means the person always support others, do this, do that, but then little or social replenishing, there's or emotional support, receive little emotional support, but this person always support other, keep on doing. So giving and replenishing. That means when you are giving, you need to be replenished also, whatever you are doing. And then meaning versus strain. Fourth one is meaning versus strain. The purpose is eroded by overload because too much work to do, so the purpose already gone. I don't know what I'm doing. So many things can't end, never end. There's no much support. So the works become survival rather than service. So you just do the work in order to survive. So what does it mean? So burnout is actually what happens when giving is no longer balanced by rest or meaning and support. That means there's too much giving, and it's not balanced. That means you don't have enough support. So in sometimes when we look at religious or service oriented cultures, burnout is misinterpreted as lack of insincerity. People say, he's doing, he doesn't have enough sincerity, that's why he become burnout. Or they say weak commitment, or there's not strength, spiritual strength is not enough. So this is when you moralize burnout. So so when you moralize, people will push harder, and then it get worse. The balance, it worsen the balance, because when we moralize people who are facing burnout, so they will keep on pushing themselves, but then it get worse and worse. So what happened? We do what then it comes to this wasatiyah. See, wasatiyah is actually moderation as balance. It is actually, it's not like minimal effort, but it is actually to balance. Wasatiyah means that you must be balanced. Balance, not excess. Sustainability. We must work for sustainability, not self-destruction. Because if we push on so much, and then you become destructive already. And then continuity, because we want continuity. So as a result, if you want to continue, so that means you must have some kind of balance. Otherwise, it becomes burnout. So now, wasatiyah is also about how long you can serve, how long you can prolong, your serving, doing the activity or whatever, not how much you can endure in one stretch. You need to, you want to prolong the service rather than, you do too much, then you cannot go very long, you see. So if you compare between burnout pattern and wasatiyah presentation, you will notice that first, if during burnout, it is like chronic overwork. Comparating with, then if wasitiyah means balance, before, balance between effort and rest. That means when you do some work, you have some kind of rest also. So that rather than you keep on pushing chronic overwork, but in wasitiyah, balance between effort and rest. And then, okay, in burnout, self-neglect. You don't care about yourself. You keep on doing the service, doing the work, doing like that. So, but in wasitiyah, you have to care for yourself as a trust. So, right. Okay, in burnout, there is guilty about rest. I mean, when you want to take rest, you feel guilty. Oh, yo, what is this? I shouldn't be doing this. I should be serving people. I should be doing the work and all that. I shouldn't rest. Then you feel guilty when you want to rest. But then in wasitiyah, rest is a responsibility. The body needs rest, so you cannot push yourself too much. So you have a certain time. You see, even in the Quran, I think in the Hadith, that time is sleep, and then the night is for the time for you to rest and sleep. So it is actually rest is important. You see, so you cannot work yourself too much that there is no rest. You see, so burnout pattern, I must keep going. You see, whereas in wasitiyah, it is sustainable over sacrifice. We want to sustain, so we cannot sacrifice ourselves. We want to go prolong. We want to serve and long term. So you must be balanced, you see. So in Islam, destroying oneself in the name of duty contradicts responsibility. You cannot say that, you keep on pushing yourself and all that, but you are destroying yourself. You have to take care, because you need to take care of yourself. So you cannot destroy yourself. You have to take care of yourself, because this is so that you can prolong. And then, so what is wasitiyah? Wasitiyah is actually not a treatment for burnout, but it is a framework, an ethical framework. So when we use wasitiyah, an ethical framework that supports prevention and recovery, see, alongside with professional care. So this actually prevents spiritual bypassing. See, some people blame, the burnout person, and replacing therapy with religious advice. Sometimes, instead of saying you need actually more iman, that's why you're feeling this way, you need to be more moderate, or you are so, into this, you need to strengthen your iman. Rather than that, we say that actually your system have been overloaded. See, because you're pushing yourself too much, you didn't rest, there is no balance, so the system has been overloaded. And this level actually demands, if you keep on like this, it's not going to be sustainable. So, and then as a result, recovery is part of responsibility. In order to you must recover. So, all right, now we move on with, this is a bit long just now. So we go on to, like, you also have this, what we call severe mental illness, like, for example, in terms of hallucination and delusion and all that. These are actually psychosis, considered psychosis however, culturally, some people consider that this is cause of gene or whatever. So I think you have to, really find what is the evidence for it. So this is not really caused by gene or whatever. Because it's like some. There are some causes of this hallucination, because people sometimes they they exert too much, they don't have enough sleep and all that, so it causes this. So, all right, let's move on to this hallucination psychosis is considered to be severe mental illness. It needs actually professional help. And then, okay, now let's move on to the next slide. We think we now reach over spiritualizing. That means if we the problem will be it delays treatment, because sometimes people think that when because this mental illness people have because of iman, this and that, so they keep on looking for treatment for it, and as a result it delays treatment, and then it gets worse and worse, and it also increases guilt, and then as a result the health outcome is taking time for it. All right, so okay, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, now, so what we can reflect for this today's lecture is actually strong faith and mental illness can coexist, because actually mental illness is not because of lack of faith. You see, because it's a different thing. You see, because as I discussed earlier, isn't it? So and what you call, okay, now let's so this is the reflection now. Hopefully, I think I have two cases there. Let's just move to the next slide.
Prof.
Yeah. This is a case. Maybe we can discuss this case. Let's say here in an anxiety case, a 28-year-old professional reports, frequent palpitation, shortness of breath, and fear of losing control. Especially before meeting and all that. And then the family say, "Oh, you better, do more prayer and all that, because you're not praying enough. You're not doing zikir, you're not doing this, so this causing you more anxiety, So now, what might be a normal versus clinical here? What do you think? Maybe what we can do, you can go back after this and then think about this about this case. In this case, what should be done? How can what you call all this discussion that means, what is normal? Is this normal or not? Because if a person feeling this kind of palpitation, shortness of breath, fear and all that before meetings, is that normal before meetings? You see? So if you think that this is abnormal, I think everyone goes through this, isn't it? Especially some person who just started working, if the person is not being given a lot of support and all that, so they may have all this kind, or even the thinking, it may affect them to have all these problems, you see. So maybe they need to get some some help, some support, because it is actually very anxiety is a normal anxiety, isn't it? You just for people who just who have experience working, when you start working, definitely you have all these kind of things. Some people have it worse, some people have it less, some people go through. So this kind of advice may not be suitable, the advice that the family, isn't it? So what to do would be to find out what is actually causing, isn't it, all this palpitation. That means maybe look at the thinking, but get professional help in this first thing. Get a professional help and then find out. So maybe the professional the therapist will find out, and also will also help maybe by teaching some relaxation, or even find out what is actually causing this problem for this, especially before meetings. Before meetings, yeah. Last time when I first started doing my clinical practice, I always have this also, because I know that my supervisor is very strict. Even if I'm late for a few minutes already, his face already changed, So I feel bad. So I'm rushing myself so that I'm not late uh, in uh, uh, in attending the clinic lah. Because when we have, especially for the ward round, we have a ward round, so 8 a.m. must be there. But wow, it's very tough because I have to send the children to the childcare center, and then send my wife to her workplace, and then rush to come to the clinic. So 8 o'clock is too stressful. So I can have all this kind also. But then what I'm telling myself, so if I'm saying, though, okay, never mind, let me plan how I can get the children up and early to go, so that I'm not late. So this kind of thing, isn't it? All right. So now, anyway, all right, let's go on to the next. There's another case. Please go on next slide. Then we'll end this session.
Prof,
Yeah. Can you
we
just
are
show the next slide? Just show up very fast. There's
because
another, this one. Maybe you all try to think about this case on your own. And then if we have time, inshallah, we will discuss next. Sorry, like it has gone a little bit over time.
yeah, over the time.
Actually, it's not enough time for, we try to put so much in one thing. But, so, okay lah. I think I'll end there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof, because we cannot do the question session for Q&A session, but maybe we have the question in the chat box, Prof. There is the question in the chat box. So Prof can answer this on this chat box, Prof.
Oh, okay. Because I'm using my handphone, I have some difficulty but never mind. What I'll do, I will try to answer them whatever I can. Otherwise, if the secretariat can give a copy of the questions, then I will respond later on. We hopefully before this next week or something.
Okay, I will pass it in the group.
Yeah.
So Prof can put there, and in the next session, inshallah, we will show it in the chat box back to the group, inshallah. So thank you very much, Prof.
Oh, you're welcome.
We will see you again in the next session. Thank you for
inshallah. Okay. Salam. Jazakallah.
So I end the slide now. Next. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
Inshallah, we will come to the next speaker. Prof Bagus, are you here? Prof? Prof Bagus Riyono.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, we a little bit took your time, but you can add in in to the end of the session, inshallah. Prof, can you share the screen first? Prof? Yeah. See.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. We take your time about 6 minutes, Prof. Without further ado, falyatafaddal ma'jurah, Prof, regarding the topic Tazkiyah therapy. Tafaddal.
Okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa a'udzu billahi ta'ala min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Innahu may yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa may yudlil fala hadiya lahu. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lahu wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. On our second module of Tazkiyah therapy, I would like to discuss about the dynamics of behavior, of human behavior. This is very important because yesterday, actually, the first module, I'm talking about the purpose, yeah, what we want to achieve is the healthy heart, the psychological health or mental health, which has 7 indicators. Of the heart, yeah, peaceful heart, solid heart, full heart, coherent heart, balanced heart, resilient heart, and also ever-growing heart. So, but before we achieve that condition, what we are facing actually when somebody is having problem, we can notice it from the behavior first, because behavior is the symptom. Yeah? So that's why we need to understand how this behavior connect to the heart. Okay, so the outcome of a therapy actually is to change the behavior. Outcome, yeah. Outcome means the indicators that the therapy is effective is when the client have changed the behavior. But behavior is not the core of the therapy. So this is why we cannot use behavioral modification only to help, because behavior is the consequence, yeah, of the healthy heart. But of course we have to understand how the heart relate to the behavior. This is what I call as the dynamics of human behavior. And understanding the dynamics of the behavior will help us to start, yeah, to start as a fundamental knowledge, because if we don't have a comprehensive understanding about the dynamics of behavior, then we will choose a wrong treatment or an ineffective treatment. So the principle here is in Maqasid methodology, we call it that the quality of tasarruf, it's defined by the quality of tasawwur. It means that the quality of the practice or the therapy or the treatment is determined by the quality of the knowledge of what is being treated. Okay, so that's why we will start with understanding the dynamics of behavior, because this is the fundamental knowledge that we need to have in order to treat someone if someone feels or experience a behavioral problem. Okay. Actually, the actual treatment that we are going to do, and it is adopted in the Tazkiyah therapy, is to treat the cause of the problem. Okay, so therapy has to treat the cause of the problem, not the symptom. And behavior actually is only the symptom, the surface, yeah, the one that everybody can notice, yeah. But the cause of the problem is not the behavior itself. So by changing the behavior directly, we will miss the cause of the problem. And it means that the problem will happen again because we are not treating the cause, we're just treating the symptom. This is very important to understand, okay? So what is the cause of behavior or behavior problem? If somebody has a behavior problem, what could be the the cause of it? What caused this problem? Okay, it's not the behavior itself, because behavior is the consequence of a deeper mental processes within the individual. Okay, so I think this is common understanding, yeah. When somebody behave in a strange way, then we will think automatically. We will think what happened with him or with her. What happened with what kind of experience that he or her experience that make him behave like that. So we have to go deeper to understand, to find the cause of the behavior of problem. Well, the first level, the first layer, yeah, that we can identify to be the cause of the behavior is emotion. So emotion is an energy within an individual that move or that drive behavior. Okay, so the behavior is moved by emotion. So emotion is an energy within an individual, a psychological energy that will drive the behavior. For example, anger. If you are angry, then you will behave in a certain way. If you are sad, you'll behave in a certain way. If you are anxious, you will behave in a certain way. So emotion actually is the driver of behavior. Okay. But there is something that caused this emotion to happen, or there is something deeper that make a certain kind of emotion emerge in an individual. So that's why you have to go back one more step. And actually, emotions emerge because of our thought. Yeah, emerge from our thought. So what you think will make your emotion, and your emotion will drive your behavior. Okay, and this is very scientific because it is studied by Lisa Feldman Barrett. Yeah, this is the book, How Emotions Are Made. Yeah. And she investigate the dynamics of the brain. So this is a neuroscience research, and she Barrett already done this for 25 years, and she proposed a new theory in explaining the dynamics of emotion, the emerging of the emotion. And she concluded that actually our emotion is not it's not wired in our brain. Our emotion is not something that is given and installed in our brain, but our emotion actually is made by us. So that's why she said that when you experience certain kind of emotion, actually that emotion was created by you yourself. So you are the one who create your emotion. On the other hand, on the other side, it means also that you are the only one who can control your emotion, because you are the one who made it. Okay, so this is why this is a very important finding, and we have to think about it and understand this. And what create our emotion is our thought, is what is called by Lisa Fernberg as our prediction. How we see the situation, how we anticipate the situation, how we imagine what is going to happen. So that's why it is called prediction. Actually, this prediction is a cognitive functioning. Yeah. So, for example, if you are thinking about something scary, for example, then actually you are making you're preparing an emotion, yeah, to face that situation. When you think about something beautiful, and then you will prepare a joyful emotion, happiness, and so forth. So emotion actually is not, you are not controlled by emotion, but you are the one who control your emotion. So this is very interesting. And the meaning of you here is your thought. Yeah. Your thought made your emotion. Well, I have a client. I have a client recently, and she experienced a severe depression. He's already taken medication, yeah, from a psychiatrist, and also she, have consult those clinical psychologists for 8 sessions, but she's still having problem. And when I asked her what is her problem, in short, actually, she has this high expectation. She's a very perfectionist person, and she has high expectation about everything, about her work. Yeah, and sometimes she felt that she's not good enough, and this feeling of not good enough make her depressed. Even though because she's also a student, a master student, the professor only said it's okay, your work is okay, but she said it's not okay. Yeah, so she experienced this depression, the depressive mood, like the depression symptoms. She cannot sleep well, she have this anxiety and so forth, because she concluded that her work is not perfect doesn't meet her expectation. So this is the cognition that she has, this is the thought that she has, and it influences her emotion, and it then influenced her behavior. She became, helpless because of this emotion. Okay, so this is, the dynamics of this behavior. Okay. And then actually, the individual thought comes from the, what do you call it? The condition of the heart. Okay, so thought and the heart actually is a very complex dynamics, but for a theoretical purpose, we separate the heart and the thought here. So the heart is the one who decides. The thought is the process of defining, concluding, evaluating, the situation. That's the cognition. Why did this client, conclude that her work is not perfect? Because there's something in her heart that influences that has this expectation. Yeah. So the heart is the one who control the mind. Okay. And actually there's also a book about this, written by John Eccles. Yeah. The title of the book is How the Self Controls Its Brain. Yeah. So it's explain how our self, which is our soul, which is our heart, control our cognition. Okay. So that's why what we have to address when in a therapy, what we have to treat in a therapy is the heart. That's why, from this perspective, CBT actually is not enough. CBT is good enough because it's already addressing the cognition, how the client think. Yeah, but it's not good enough because people think differently, depends on the condition of their heart. Okay, so this is a little bit philosophical, but I can explain on the next module more detail. Okay. All right. So this is the diagram. So the core is the heart. The heart is the core of the human psychology. The heart is the one who decide. The heart is the one who leads. Yeah. Who give direction to ourselves. Yeah. Whether it's our thought, our emotion, and then our behavior, actually is directed by our heart. So that's why it is very important to understand the heart. If we refer to our first module, there are seven conditions or indicators of the heart, and if this condition doesn't met or is not there, it means that the heart is in trouble. I mean, it has problem. For example, the ideal condition of the heart is peaceful. If the heart is not peaceful, it means that it has problem, and this will influence the cognition, emotion, and then behavior. For example, those who doesn't have a peaceful heart is the one who always worries, who always have prejudice, always have negative, conclusion, negative perspective of everything. So this is the cause of the behavioral problem later on. Okay, so that's why to make the heart, to heal the heart, actually is the core of the therapy. And of course, if we refer to the work of the Muslim scholars like Imam al-Ghazali and also al-Balkhi, they are also, talking about the heart, the qalb, the qalb as the master, as the one who determine, and it goes back to the hadith by Rasulullah that the heart is the one who determine the quality of the individual. Okay, and if we if we understand, I mean, if we translate this situation into current terminologies, actually the heart is the center of consciousness. Yeah, we talk about consciousness. So the consciousness actually is in the heart, and then it has a dynamics in a thought and a feeling or emotion, and then a behavior. So we can also say that the level of consciousness is the core of the issue. If you have clear, correct, or maybe strong or high, or whatever you put the adjective in it, but if your consciousness is in a good condition, then you will be in a good health, in a good state of mental health. Okay, so that's why consciousness actually is the core of your mental health. Okay, so I give you a metaphor here. The behavior actually is the symptom of the problem in the heart. We can detect that somebody is having a problem from the behavior on the first step. So that's why we need to understand the dynamics of the emotion, the cognition, and then we will we will touch the heart. So it's not easy, but it's possible. Yeah, if you apply empathetic approach, and the client feel comfortable with you, then they will open their heart. So you will understand what's happening in their heart. Their heart is not only emotion. Again, heart is consciousness. It's not only emotion or feeling. So I think when people say the heart is the place for feeling, I think that's not quite right, not quite correct. It's not quite valid. Because the heart is actually the one who decide, the one who understand, the one who perceive, and so forth. Okay, it's the self. The heart actually is the self. All right, and when when we use a metaphor of a house on fire, so what we can see from a distance actually is the smoke. So when we see the smoke, and the smoke was quite intensive, black, and so forth, and then we can conclude that the house is on fire. Okay, but the smoke is not the cause of the problem. The smoke is just the consequence, the symptoms of the problem. Okay, so that's why when you treat the behavior, it is like you see a house on fire, and then you bring a very big fan to blow the smoke away. Of course, the smoke will be blown away, but not, not very long after that, they will appear again, because the smoke is not the problem. Yeah, the smoke here is the behavior. So that's why when you treat the behavior, you will see, you will see a temporary, what do you call it, temporary change, yeah, in the behavior, but then it will come back again, because the behavior is like a smoke. And this is also has been proven scientifically in an experiment. Yeah, when you do behavioral modification, then your behavior will change. But then when you stop doing the treatment, your behavior will come back as it is. Okay, so this is why it is not enough to treat mental problem with behavioral approach. Okay, and actually we go back to the metaphor of house on fire. The emotion and cognition is the heat that we feel if we enter the house that is on fire. Okay, and the heat itself is not the cause. Yeah, the heat, when you think that the heat is the cause, then your treatment will be, maybe you can put air conditioner in there, air conditioning, so that will cool down the heat and so forth. But that doesn't heal the problem, because the problem is the fire. Okay, so the fire within. The fire within the house on fire actually is the heart. The heart is the fire. So that's why what you have to do when you try to solve a problem like a house on fire is to treat the fire, to extinguish the fire, to what do you call it, stop the fire, so that the heat will disappear and the smoke will disappear. So this is the philosophy of the treatment of therapy in Tazkiyah therapy. So you have to find the fire, identify the fire, control it, or modify it, or extinguish it, like then you will be healed. Okay, so this is why hypothetically, when you do it correctly, when you you practice the Tazkiyah therapy correctly, then the client will not, it will minimize the relapse. The client will not go back again, not because they are unsatisfied, or not because they are, offended by what you're saying, but because the cause of the problem is already treated. Okay, so, but if you only treat the smoke, the behavior, they will come back again, because the effect of behavioral modification is not long lasting. Yeah, that it doesn't last long, and you only use the cognitive treatment, cognitive therapy, without understanding the heart, then they will relapse again, because the cognition, the thought is created by the heart. Yeah, so that's why in Tazkiyah therapy we are aiming to treat the heart. So how can we treat the heart? We can go back to the previous slide to understanding that actually the heart is the consciousness. The consciousness is how we define ourselves, how we define life, how we define this world. So it's it's the understanding of the essential, how we define career, for example. Some people have a mental problem because of they have problem with their career. So how they define career actually is the core of the problem. For example, once somebody asked me, she kind of I don't know whether it's her own problem or her friend's problem, but she said, what should we do when we as a woman we have a good career, but then our husband doesn't support us, and we have to take care of our parents because our parents already getting old and have a lot of illness. But in the same time, actually, we are actually we are in a good career opportunity. We have a lot of good opportunity in our career, and this situation make her depressed or anxious or whatever problem that they have it. And then I asked her, what is the purpose of your life? Okay, so I bring her to understand the essential meaning of life. And when I asked her that, she pondered, and then she said, yeah, she doesn't continue. She think, what actually is the purpose of life? Because if she's a Muslim, you have to, what do you call it? Treat your husband well, treat your parents well, and now you're having problem because you think you are losing career opportunity because of your husband and your parents. So if we question the essential purpose of life, then she will manage that, because there's a lot of people who can live peacefully without having this problem, even though they also have opportunity in career and so forth, but they choose to stick with the family to keep the family intact, and they choose to take care of the parents. Yeah, I have a friend who have a good career in Medina as a lecturer, but then she said, I have to take it my parents. She left the job. She left the job to take care of the parent. Is that bad? Well, it depends on how you define the purpose of your life, how you define the quality of your life, the meaning of life, and so forth. So that's why this kind of decision actually is in the heart. Sometimes people think it's illogical. Sometimes people think you will lose opportunity and so forth. But it's your decision. You decide it by your heart, not by calculation, cost and benefit, and so forth. Okay, so that's why this is what the heart means. Okay, now when we focus on when we focus on treating the heart, it means that we are trying to help the client to you may say increase to change, or maybe to your consciousness to understand your level of consciousness, and to increase this consciousness, to broadening your consciousness. So this is how you treat the heart. And the concrete intervention or the concrete action, in trying to change our consciousness actually is to gain more knowledge, to gain understanding, to understand, to deeply understand the core issue in life, the priorities in life, the purpose in life, the meaning of life. So you have to understand deeper. You have to increase your knowledge. So this knowledge actually is very important, and actually the treating the heart is also, you can say, by increasing knowledge. Increasing knowledge will make your heart wiser, yourself wiser. It means that your heart will be more peaceful. Okay, so that's why Al-Balkhi said that knowledge is the best medicine. And actually, some hadith also stress this. When the Rasulullah SAW was treated badly in Taif, and the angels were angry, and the angels asked for permission so that they can throw the mountain to these ugly people. And Rasulullah said, no, don't do that, because they just don't know yet. They just don't understand. So they don't have the knowledge about the truth. And and it's happening. I mean, like the statement by Rasulullah actually is the true reality. Once they change, I mean, once they increase, deepening their knowledge, they become Muslim. But when they reject Muslim, they humiliate Rasulullah. Actually, it's because they don't have enough knowledge about what they are doing, about who is Rasulullah, about what is Islam, about what is life, and so forth. So this kind of knowledge actually is the one who can heal the heart. Also, when you experience disappointment, you experience a broken heart, many kind of issue in your feeling and your emotion and so forth. So what you have to do is try to understand. In Islamic term, we said try to find the hikmah. So hikmah is also related to knowledge. Knowledge that is already firm is hikmah, hukum, hikmah. So you have to understand the law of the nature, the law of sunnatullah, the universal law of human life. Those kind of knowledge that you have to understand. So this kind of knowledge can only acquired, can only obtained by those people who are willing to deepen their consciousness, willing to learn, always learn, find hikmah, in their experience. Because there is nothing in this world that is, I mean, there is no problem that cannot be solved. There is no no bad situation that has no meaning. I mean, like in every condition, in every situation, in every calamities that we are experiencing, actually there's meaning. And suffering in Arabic is mu'ana. Mu'ana means suffering, and mu'ana also means meaning. Ma'na meaning. So that's why when you suffer, actually there's meaning behind it. So this is the thing that you have to learn, to understand. to deepen your knowledge and then to strengthen your consciousness. And that is the core of therapy, Tazkiyah therapy. You treat the heart so that you can understand what is happening, why is this happening, and what will happen, and what should we do about it. Okay. And about this consciousness, inshallah, we will discuss it more detail in our next module. All right, I think for this module, I'm going to stop here, and maybe if you have any question, you can ask. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for your sharing, inshallah. It's very interesting. And now we open the Q&A for the participant. I think here they already have the question in the chat box. So let me check it out. Yes. They asked for the book title, Prof.
Yeah.
From Odali. Please give us the book title and author name, please, Prof.
Oh, the book that I showed?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mentioned several books, but the one that I showed is that I've shown is by wait a minute, Barrett, yeah. Lisa Feldman Barrett is the neuroscientist. The title is How Emotions Are Made. And the book by John Eccles. John Eccles is a Nobel Prize winner on neuroscience. His book title is How the Self Control Its Brain. How the Self Control Its Brain. That's by John Eccles. Actually, another book by brain surgeon. The name of the title of the book is The Immortal Mind, and the name of the author is Michael Eckner. So these three books actually based on the study on the neuroscience, yeah, and they concluded that actually the brain is not everything. Yeah, there's something beyond the brain that control the brain. It's just, they said it's the mind, the consciousness, the intellect, and so forth. But actually, in our word, it is the heart, the qalb, the fu'ad, and so forth. Okay, the soul.
Yeah, Prof. We have the question from Imran Arshad. He said, I believe we need fire up heart to perform a lot of impossible things. If you consider fire as negative connection, then there might be need to extinguish the fire. Is it correct, Prof? Can you answer it?
Actually, the fire is a metaphor. Yeah, you can interpret fire as a bad thing or a good thing. For example, when you say your heart on fire, it means that you have a strong motivation, right? So fire in my story actually is a metaphor. Yeah, the house in fire, the fire is the problem. Why the house is on fire, right? Why the house is burned? Yeah, the fire burned the house, so the fire is a problem. But when you say burning desire or maybe burning question, yeah, they use the fire as a metaphor of a strong strong energy, yeah, to, strong motivational energy, strong, curiosity. So fire is just a metaphor. It's not nar, like, like the hellfire. No, no, it's just metaphor of, energy.
Another question, Prof.
Yes.
From Fatmah Latada. Salam. Are we going to learn on how to cure? Yeah, sorry, maybe they ask for the next week. Next week, it's okay. Another question. From Bushra. In order to have control over our nerves, we should focus on which part, most brain or heart?
Brain actually is not part of our self as a spiritual being. Brain is part of the body, and the brain, we can observe the brain because what is happening on the brain actually is like a reflection of the dynamics of the heart. So I think we have to unlearn everything that we learn from the Western perspective, because the Western perspective is very materialistic. They don't believe in the ghaib, and they don't understand the essence of the soul. And nafs is the soul, actually. Nafs is the human soul. Nafs it's different from hawa. Hawa is the one that have negative energy, but nafs is the generic term of human soul. Okay, so we have to relearn this from the Quranic language terminology. So that's why we won't be lost by the terminology, by the materialistic philosophy, materialism, philosophy.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. We want to have direct question from Alubis. Brother Alubis, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam.
wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Pak Bagus Riyono, saya dari Jakarta, Harun Al-Rasyid Lubis. Saya tidak dididik di madrasah, saya juga tidak belajar agama sangat intensif. Saya hanya tertarik melihat mekanisme soul, hati, dan lain-lain. Banyak sekali penelitian dari kalangan para ahli jantung untuk mendeteksi tentang bagaimana aliran darah dari jantung ketika seorang berbuat bohong atau berzikir dan seterusnya. Mungkin ada penelitian dari Armor, itu ada istilahnya a little brain on the heart. Ibarat satu komputer itu dia sebagai random access memory. Lalu kalau otak kita tuh ROM namanya ya, only memory gitu, menyimpan. Jadi ketika orang itu terbiasa habit menipu, mengambil amplop sembarangan, pungli gitu ya, itu hitam lah, RAM-nya itu hitam. Little brain on the heart mereka sebut. Dan mereka juga membuat satu institusi namanya, mungkin Pak Riyono karena dalam bidangnya ya, itu memang banyak psikolog, itu namanya heart math, matematika hati, dan mereka punya sintesis ya, atau hipotesis. Itu katanya heart itu mengeluarkan gelombang. Jadi ada wave, jadi kita kalau bertemu dengan seiman itu memang nyambung gitu. Dan mereka sedang merekayasa wave itu, dan wave itu bukan hanya individual connection, tapi bisa juga social connection kalau bisa direkayasa. Saya nggak tahu apakah itu juga menjadi objek ya, karena ketika ngomong soul, hati, akal semuanya, walaupun kita diberi ilmu terbatas, hopefully all understand I'm speaking Indonesia or Melayu. My question is rather, we don't know the mechanism. actually the mechanical mechanism we decide things. Suppose, right, someone who really behave not good, right, just taking a kind of illegal, yeah. But if he repeat it frequently, then automatically he will behave like that. But we call it, you call it, or I heard from last week, we always say consciousness, God consciousness, which is taqwa, right? So that's the end of explanation. If somebody got taqwa, all right, he will behave, good behave anywhere, anytime. But the things is how we could explain somebody that could, act that we cannot really explain yet. I don't know, maybe scientifically we have to observe how those aliran darah ya ketika orang, karena akhirnya bisa dibuat jadi detektor, lying detector di pengadilan-pengadilan di luar negeri. Itu lying detector bisa melihat gitu ya, bohong tidak bohong, karena memang katanya dari jantung, bukan dari hati, tapi dari jantung tuh banyak sekali semprotan nerve dan darah yang bisa diteliti ketika orang berbohong atau tidak. I think I close my question. I just want to ask whether you also consider or working with collaboratively with ahli jantung, because penelitian mereka sangat mengejutkan ketika mereka itu mengambil sampel transplant, heart transplant.
Yes.
Ya, mungkin Bapak yang lebih paham, tapi I really interested of this. Kalau boleh ya, kita adakan satu grup interdisciplinary research gitu dengan kalangan ahli jantung, lalu melihat sampel-sampel dan melihat ketika kita tidak tahu mekanisme antara otak dan lain-lain itu, ya kita hanya bilang itu goib, lalu scientifically memang kita susah membuktikan goib, tapi saya pikir kita bisa berusaha untuk melakukan mendeteksi goib itu sebetulnya explainable gitu by scientific. I believe because itu adalah perkataan Tuhan gitu, karena kelemahan kita saja.
Okay. I understand your question. I understand your question, and thank you very much. This is very important. But first, I want to start with the lie detector. Yeah, lie detector cannot identify a psychopath. Those who are psychopath cannot be identified by lie detector whether he's lying or not. So what I'm trying to say is that when you measure only the physical dimension of the human being, then your measurement is only is limited, it's partial. Okay. And the second point is everything that you mentioned is based on the philosophy of materialism. So you have the belief that everything that can be studied has to be able to be observed. So that's a materialism. That's why when you say heart, you are studying the physical heart. But it doesn't mean that this study is in vain. This study is very good, but you have to, you go higher. You have to go higher. And you have to study quantum physics, because quantum physics is the paradigm beyond materialism that help John Eccles to identify the soul that control the brain. So it's not a simple science, but it is a scientific, it has a scientific basis. So that's why when you study about the heart, the blood, the flow, and so forth, that's only half of the phenomenon. Okay, so that's why you need to learn more about quantum physics. Just a simple, description of quantum physics. In quantum physics, actually, there is no matter. There is no material. Everything is just a wave. Okay, so that's why if you stick on materialism philosophy, then your exploration will be limited to the body or the abdan, yeah. And actually, this notion is already written by al-Balkhi, the book, his book, the very masterpiece, yeah. His masterpiece is the Masalih al-Abdan wal Anfus. So he's writing about the sustenance of the body and the soul. So human being consists of two entities, the body and the soul. And those entities are connected. So you can observe the heart, the bloodstream and so forth, as a metaphor. This is done by Imam Al-Ghazali. Well, Imam Al-Ghazali trying to explain the heart, which is ghaib, he used the metaphor of the heart, which is material, to show that heart is the core of human being. Okay, so this in Quran we call it alam. Alam is the one that you can observe. Alam actually is a metaphor. When you see the tree, actually it's a metaphor of your soul. How you can grow your soul. How you can, when like kalimat thayyibah is like a tree that has a very strong root and has a very high, branches, very give a lot of fruits. So that's a metaphor of a kalimat thayyibah. So kalimat thayyibah is ghaib. So don't think that the ghaib thing cannot be explained. So everything that is written in the Quran, with all the metaphor, everything that is studied in the scientific endeavor actually is a metaphor of the ghaib. When you study the universe, nowadays they found what is called as the dark matter and the dark energy. Actually, that is the proof of the existence of the ghaib, because it is in the Quran, also in Surah Fatir, yeah, Surah Fatir, mentioned that actually the dark energy is the energy of Allah who maintained the universe intact. Okay, the scientists already found this phenomena, but they cannot explain because they don't believe in the ghaib. They try to look for it, but they cannot see it, so they call it as a dark energy. But the Quran said that this is Allah who maintained this universe intact, so it's not broken in parts. But it will broken in parts when the universe is Qiyamah. Yeah, when you read about Qiyamah, so that this universe will be broken in parts. The earth will be, the mountain will be flying like, what to call it, something that is very light and so forth. So don't think that the ghaib is something that is mysterious. Something that is mysterious is tahayul is mysterious. You cannot explain that. But ghaib actually is here, it's real. And everything that we see in ourselves, in the universe, in alam, in the alam semesta, actually is the clue, is the evidence of the ghaib. Okay, so that's why we cannot stop in the materialism perspective. That's why I suggest you to read in the Immortal Mind, and also the self who control its brain. It's how the self control its brain. And that's the two books that explain about this ghaib with the scientific terminologies. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have a lot of questions here, but because of the time, we cannot give the chance to answer all the questions. But maybe if okay for you, Prof, we open one more direct question.
Yes.
Can, Prof?
Yes.
From Said Academy. Said Academy, you can what do you call unmute yourself, and then a short question. Yeah, make it short. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah.
Yes.
Based on, of course, what the Prof said about the fact that it's our thinking that what we think that create that emotion and give us that.
Yes.
Again,
the atheists, for instance, who say that yes, it's because of how we think. The atheists, who say that is the way you think God exists and you keep on manifesting that there is Allah, and that is why you believe in it. And so how can you respond to that? I mean, based on what you told us, that what happens to our heart is based on how we think and the process of our thinking. Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, the atheists have a different level of consciousness with us. The atheist doesn't have the consciousness of the existence of God. So that's why they use argument about thinking, but to deny God. But thinking is not something, thinking is very important. In the Quran, there's a lot of, command to us to think, ta'akul, tafakkur, tadabbur, tadhakur, everything is to think, but to think in a higher dimension, in higher level of consciousness. The atheist doesn't have this level of consciousness, and they think that thinking is only like imagining or something that is not real. Okay, but if they really think about atheism, actually they should, if they use logical thinking about atheism, actually what they believe is in contrary with the reality. Okay, so if they claim that thinking is will misguide us, that is not because we think, but because the level of the consciousness is blocked, the heart is sealed. That's why they think differently. Okay, so that's why thinking is not the main cause of our understanding, our our emotion, our behavior. There's something deeper than thinking, which is the consciousness. Okay, so thinking is a tool. It's not the cause. The cause is the consciousness. So the atheists have no, the consciousness is not high enough to understand the truth. That's why they can use thinking to know God. But if you are in the higher level of consciousness, then your thinking will lead you to understanding Allah. Okay, so again, I'm not telling you that thinking is the core. The core is the heart, not thinking. Thinking is the tool. Okay, if you use the tool correctly, then you will find the truth. If you use your tool incorrectly, then you will be lost. Okay, is that clear?
Thank you very much, Prof, for the answer, all the question. But there is many more questions in the chat box, but we don't have enough time to answer all. But I give some question in the group lecturers, Prof. If you have time, you can answer. Maybe next session also can, Prof.
All right.
So we pass about 20 minutes. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
kindness explanation. It's very beneficial for us. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all participants, Alhamdulillah, we have done for